Thank you, and good morning. Thank you, and happy Valentine's Day. Let's try to share the love today, especially in these times. We really need to be doing that. Welcome to the 44th Annual Nashville Conference on African American History and Culture. I'm Tim Walker, the Executive Director of the Metro Historical Commission, and I want to thank you for your attendance this morning. Today's conference is jointly hosted by Tennessee State University's College of Liberal Arts, and we're very grateful to TSU for this continued partnership. Also want to give a shout out and thank Metro Nashville Network. They're in the very back of the auditorium up there, and Metro ITS department. Without their help, we couldn't be taping this today and making it available for those remotely. So thank you. And just so you know, this will be available later this month on Metro Channel 3. So if you miss anything, you'll get the opportunity to see it again. Before we get started, I want to take a few moments to share some updates on our department's programming and projects that document and celebrate our city's rich African American history. The Metro Historical Commission's Historic Marker Program was the very first program put in place by our commission. And since its creation in 1967, we put up approximately 300 markers across the county to recognize individuals, groups, businesses, and events that are significant to the Nashville story. But as it relates to this conference, in the last year, we've installed 8 new markers related to African American history, and we've approved and ordered another 8 like markers. These new markers, thank you. That is very important. These new markers are part of our commission's charge over the last decade to make sure that we celebrate the diverse history of our city, the history of all peoples of our city. And last fall, we wrapped up a grant project funded by the National Park Service, the Nashville Civil Rights Documentation Project. As a result of this 2-year documentation and research effort, Clark Memorial Methodist Church and First Community Church were officially listed in the National Register of Historic Places. We hope this work lays the foundation for additional National Register nominations for historic civil rights related properties in our city. We also have 3 grants that are currently underway, the first of which is funded by the National Park Service's Underrepresented Communities Grant Fund. This grant is identifying and documenting Nashville's mid-20th century neighborhoods built for African American Nashvillians who were displaced by urban renewal, redlining, and other racial discriminatory practices. This project will result in a National Register nomination for one of the neighborhoods, as well as creation of a related context document, which lays the foundation for subsequent associated neighborhood nominations. A second grant we have underway is funded by the Tennessee Historical Commission's Preservation Grants Fund, and it will allow us to nominate the former Club Barron property on historic Jefferson Street to the National Register. Club Barron was built in 1955 during the golden age of Jefferson Street's music scene, and it's the only remaining of what was once 12 nightclubs along the street, so very important building that we need to keep intact. And the third and final grant I want to talk about is the 4th phase of our countywide cemetery survey project. That's a 5-phase project that began in 1921. The earlier phases of this project confirmed the location of several African American cemeteries, and our antebellum history strongly suggests the existence of a large number of forgotten, underdocumented, or undocumented cemeteries, many of which were part of plantations and likely mark and contain marked and unmarked burials for enslaved people. As such, we'll be adding an additional standalone 6th phase to our survey, and that project will focus on African American burials solely, and this phase will enhance our institutional knowledge of these sites and help us better protect them. Before we move on, I just want to take a quick minute to point out some things in your packet. First, you should have this sheet here. It talks about all the projects I just listed. It provides a little bit more detail, and there's a QR code that you can scan And feel free to ask me or any of the staff here. We're happy, of the Historical Commission, they're out front. We're happy to answer any questions you have about those projects. You can learn more about them. And the second is a double-sided handout. On one side, you'll see it talks about Nashville Sites. That's nashvillesites.org. It's a mobile-friendly website that works like an app, allows you to take free and ad-free theme-based tours on Nashville's history and culture. And what we've highlighted are the 13 tours that represent and focus on Nashville's Black history and community. So if you haven't checked that out, please check that out. You can take those in person or you can take them remotely on your laptop. And I'll also add there is beyond the 13 tours you see there, there's a 14th tour coming soon on Black architecture that focuses on the McKissick and McKissick architects and their work around the city. If you look on the other side of that handout, you'll see an RSVP for an event that's in 2 weeks. That's a 2-day event that's hosted by Belmont University, Fisk University, and Queen's University Belfast. It is a peace summit. This is a free event. There's some incredible speakers lined up for this 2-day event at both those universities, Fisk and Belmont. And you just see a QR code there, as there are for others. If you'll scan that, all you need to do is register for that, and you can go to that. Again, that's not to be missed. It's the Peace Summit, a reflection on the past, hope for the future, and a call to action. So with that, I just want to take a quick moment to thank a few people before we move on. First, I want to recognize our conference's planning committee. These folks work tirelessly. I know our co-chairs are already working on next year's conference, so it's a year-round job. But the conference members, we began meeting 6 months out and began working on this. Without their dedication and leadership and guidance, this would not be happening. They really come together and make it happen. So when I call your name, if the conference committee could please stand and remain standing, if you could hold your applause until I'm finished. So first, let's start with our conference co-chairs, Linda Wynn, Dr. Lee Williams, and committee members, Dr. Joel Dart, Caroline Eller, Dr. Elizabeth Johnson, Gloria McKissick, Fletcher Moon, Sandra Parham, Jamal Sheets, and Sharon Hull-Smith. Let's give them a round of applause. I'd like to quickly recognize the Metro Historical Commission members that are here with us today. And there'll be some repeats here because we've got some busy, active people. But let's start with, and again, hold your applause till the end. Chair Linda Wynn, Vice Chair Laura Roast, Commissioners Monet Bell, John Bridges, Dr. Don Cusick, Dr. Erica Hayden, Jim Hubler, Dr. Jane Landers, Dr. Bill McKee, Sandra Parham, and Dr. Marissa Richmond. Let's thank them. Finally, I want to recognize our county historian and one of our Metro Historic Zoning Commissioners, again wearing 2 hats, Dr. Lee Williams. Would you guys quickly stand? Thanks. Well, with that, we're honored to have Mayor Freddie O'Connell with us here this morning. Not only is he addressing us for a second year as our mayor, but he's been an attendee for many years and supported this conference as a citizen and as a former 2-term council member. So it gives me great pleasure to thank him for his support and welcome him to the stage. Mayor O'Connell.
Well, thank you, Tim, and it's great to be addressing an auditorium full of enthusiasts for this important program. As Tim mentioned, I have come to this event now for more than a decade, I think I just discovered it from a flyer at some point, but this is the 44th year of the Nashville Conference on African American History and Culture. And can we all thank the people that Tim just named for helping this be a success? The planning committee, you heard about Linda Nguyen, Lee Williams, but I also want to thank Tennessee State University and the Avon Williams campus for hosting us, and TSU's College of Liberal Arts for co-sponsoring the event with the Metro Historical Commission. Will you all help me thank TSU as our hosts? I think we may have some tigers out there. The march of civil rights in our country and of course too in our city has moved at an uneven pace. And above all, it's a story of resilience. And I appreciate that this conference's theme includes that. There are many ways to tell that story, including through music and art. And I think this conference is going to highlight that. And we continue to try to find ways to elevate that in our present day work of the city. You heard Tim mention Clark Memorial. That church over the past year has cast its legacy well into the future by creating some new affordable housing in the area just off of Jefferson Street. And it was partly funded through the Barnes Housing Trust Fund. And I was delighted first to work on it as a council member with them, but then secondly, to help it open as mayor to make sure that people had homes there. Meanwhile, our new Rip Patton North Nashville Community Transit Center isn't just a place where people move, it's also telling the story of the community in 3 different art pieces representing voices of the past, present, and future in North Nashville. Downtown at WeGo Central, we've got a beautiful new mural by the team at Creative Girls Rock that honors Elizabeth Duff, Nashville's first Black female bus driver. That story of resilience isn't one story, but many, and they're all around us, including those who have been a part of them in this auditorium and those who continue to tell them. One of the key people who shaped that history, of course, was attorney and council member Z. Alexander Luby. You're going to hear more about that story from Betsy Phillips, who I've seen in the auditorium already today, as she asks us to take another look at our history and also look in the mirror. In the aftermath of Brown versus Board of Education, there were 3 bombings in our community in less than 3 years. Hattie Cotton Elementary School in 1957, the Jewish Community Center in 1958, and Z. Alexander Luby's home in 1960. And I think in reviewing Betsy's work and that of others who helped shape what we knew and honestly what we didn't know about that story, it's important to remember that while we tell the story of Nashville's civil rights era as one that was not particularly violent, we did have violence that happened here, not somewhere else, and they produced crimes that have remained unsolved for decades. And they test the story we tell ourselves that we're this, quote, peaceful southern city who did integration right, using Betsy's words. So there is more to that story. It is an open question, and we find ourselves tested again by new challenges with an old theme. But in that particular case, the story isn't over. After Betsy's book was published, I asked our Metro Nashville Police Department to create a specialized investigative division of their cold case unit to focus on these unsolved bombings. Their review of the Luby bombing is near complete, and I'm looking forward to being briefed and sharing the findings. This exercise has been such an important reminder of why history matters, because whether by malice or mistake, omission is a form of censorship. Where you see banned books or attempts to sanitize the past, it's ultimately people battling over stories. And this conference does so much to elevate stories that maybe have not been elevated in the right ways. You can find almost 200 of them now in a compilation of profiles from this conference over the past 40 years at the website. And if you haven't reviewed it, it's worth a look, ncaahc.org. If you click on book in the navigation at the top right, you will find those profiles collected and the work that has gone into this conference for now multiple decades. And one of the people central to the importance of this conference is one of our best storytellers and historians in the city, who happens to also be a co-founder of the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, will you help join me in welcoming Linda Nguyen from the Tennessee Historical Commission.
Thank you, Mayor O'Connell. I appreciate those kind words. Good morning to each and every one of you. I am pleased that you are in attendance today for the 44th conference. It's difficult for me to believe that I have been involved in this for the last 44 years, but I must also admit that I miss my co-founders, the late Dr. Bobby Lovett, former professor of history and dean of the College of Arts and Sciences, Nadine Eberling, former executive director of the Tennessee Historical Commission, my mentor, TSU professor of history, Lois McDougall, and Fisk University's professor of history and dean, the late Dr. Revis Mitchell. The conference committee has worked diligently to bring this conference to you this year. I would like to publicly thank co-chair Lee Williams and the committee members that have already been named. We have began to work on the conference for next year. Also would like to give special thank you to Tim Walker and Caroline Eller. Without Caroline, the logistics of this conference, you don't know how much really goes into the logistics, and she does a great job of keeping us with that. I also would like to recognize Ms. Christy Green, Office of the Dean. She works very diligently with us in getting everything together on the TSU side. And I would also like to thank my soror, Ms. Trudy Thomas, who is Director of the Academic Program Operations and Events. She has been extremely helpful to us during this planning of the program. I want to say a few words about Black history, and in particular, Black History Month. Black history reminds some, and it informs others, that the recognition of Black history was started in 1915. And I'd like to say that was something that we as African Americans began for ourselves. It was not something that was given to us, okay? It was started by Harvard-educated PhD Dr. Carter G. Woodson, and on September the 9th, 1915, he met with three others to form the study for the study of Negro life and history. The following year, he founded the Journal of Negro History. And as early as 1920, Woodson urged Black civic organizations to promote the achievements that researchers were uncovering. He was a graduate member of Omega Psi Phi fraternity, and he urged his fraternity brothers to take up the work. Woodson started Negro History Week in 1926, and in 1937, at the urging of Mary McLeod Bethune, he established the Negro History Bulletin. As Black populations grew, mayors issued Negro History Week proclamations, and in cities like Syracuse, progressive whites joined Negro History Week with a National Brotherhood Week. In 1976, 50 years after the first celebration, the association used its influence to institutionalize the shifts from a week to a month, from Negro history to Black history. So I just wanted to kind of give that, because sometimes I think we forget where the celebration of African American history really comes from. And in this day and time, people tend to think that it was something that may have been started by somebody else, but it was started by us, and for the enlightenment of others. Let me give a shout out. I think I saw my executive director, Mr. Patrick McIntyre. I wanted to recognize him. And any other members of the staff of the Tennessee Historical Commission who may be here? Okay, thank you. Thank you for the support. Let me say a few things about the Tennessee Historical Commission as it relates to markers. In terms of African American markers, the Tennessee Historical Commission has placed over 300 markers across the state. In 2024, we placed 8 historical markers commemorating the African American heritage of the state of Tennessee, and they are the Callie Guy House, the James S. Gilliland House in Bedford County, Bruce High School in Dyer County, Hiram Bean Moore, Dr. Hiram Bean Moore in Marion County, South Fulton Rosenwald School in Obion County, Christine Chapman, Madison County, and Centenary United Methodist Church, Shelby County. And if that sounds familiar to you, that is where the Reverend Dr. James Lawson went after he left Chattanooga, I believe, and was in Memphis. So without any further ado, let me call attention to some of the vendors that are in the atrium. Meharry Medical College is going to be celebrating its 150th anniversary, and Commission Member Sandra Parham is leading that. I want to thank her for that. The Country Music Hall of Fame has a table out there that provides examples of community programs and educational resources. And we have Vanderbilt University Press. We have the African American History and Genealogical Society of Nashville, the National Museum of African American History and Culture, and the art exhibit is by local artist Michael McBride. With that, I'll turn the program over to the convener for today.
Good morning. I am Dr. Elizabeth Johnson. I am the assistant professor, associate professor, and assistant director of operations and planning at Tennessee State University Brown Daniel Library. I am also a member of the conference planning committee, having served for 3 years, and I have the pleasure of thanking you for joining us today. Dr. Edward J. Robinson is our first session, and he is presently a pulpit minister for the North Tennessee Church of Christ in Tyler, Texas, and an associate professor of history and religion at Texas College. He earned his PhD in African American history from Mississippi State University and holds 3 master's degrees. He has authored several books, including A Godsend to His People, The Essential Writings and Speeches of Marshall Keeble, and Show Us How You Do It, Marshall Keeble and the Rise of Black Churches of Christ in the United States, 1914 to 1968. His most recent book examines the life of Preston Taylor, one of Nashville's most powerful Black leaders. Let's listen to his presentation entitled, To Pave the Way for His People, A Life of Preston Taylor. Dr. Edward J. Robinson.
And I'll give you 1 and 5 minutes. All you have to do is just up and down. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm very grateful to be here with you on today, and I'm very excited about this opportunity to share with you some of my research on Preston Taylor. Thank you to the organizers of this conference, and what a blessing it is for me to be here, along with my wife, Tony, who accompanied me from the state of Texas. Preston Taylor, a picture is worth 1,000 words, as they say, and this picture that you see here first appears in the Nashville Globe, dating back to 1913. That's a very significant picture there because the paper honored Preston Taylor for his contributions to the city of Nashville. Someone will ask, how did you get into this subject of Preston Taylor? And it goes back several years. The Encyclopedia of the Stone Campbell Movement was published in 2004, and I was invited to write the entry for Preston Taylor. Stone Campbell, Barton W. Stone, the white leader in Kentucky, and Alexander Campbell, white leader in Virginia at the time, joined forces. Their groups joined forces and formed what we know today as the Stone Campbell Movement. You have three branches, if you will. The left, Disciples of Christ, which is where Preston Taylor was aligned. And then the middle branch would be Independent Christian Church and Churches of Christ. And so I wrote the entry for that particular article and had stashed it away. But I kept Preston Taylor's story in my mind and was finally able to get to it. I want to share with you the background information concerning Preston Taylor, where he was from and when he was born. As you can see there, he's born an enslaved person in Shreveport, Louisiana in 1849. Even though much of his early life remains shrouded in mystery, the fact that we know where he was born and when he was born tells us a lot about the world in which he moved. The publication of Frederick Douglass's narrative in 1845, the Mexican-American War, 1846, 1848, all of those events presaged the tumultuous decade of the 1850s, which we know as historians sometimes refer to as the decade of polarization. Concerning his family life, his mother's name was Betty. She was an enslaved person, and his father was an unknown white man. What we know for certain, we're not certain of the identity of his father, but we do know that his father was connected to the family of Zachary Taylor. Zachary Taylor is, of course, our 12th president. And we really shouldn't be very surprised when you consider that racial and sexual mixing was quite prevalent in the antebellum South. Consider Frederick Douglass, biracial background, Booker T. Washington, biracial background. The same held true for Preston Taylor. He was what historian Joel Williamson has called one of the new people who existed in the 19th century. Mixing by new people, he meant the mixing of the enslaved African with white people. In my book, and I do have copies, and I'll be happy to sign a copy for you during a break or after the end of our sessions today. I argue in my text on Preston Taylor that his experiences in the Civil War as a drummer boy laid the foundation for all of his future endeavors as a community leader and church leader. In 1864, Preston Taylor joined the Union Army. He was one of 180,000 black men who fought in the Union Army. That's not including the 26,000 black soldiers who were part of the Union Navy. And that's an important point, ladies and gentlemen, because we must recognize that in the history of this country, black people, black men in particular, have always displayed patriotism in a country that did not always recognize their humanity. Preston Taylor was a drummer boy in the 116th USCI, sometimes USCT, that stands for United States Colored Infantry or Colored Troops. In the Union Army, he was stationed at Camp Nelson in Kentucky. And you got to ask yourself, what was important about a drummer boy? Actually, even though drummer boys held non-combatant positions, their work and their role was quite significant just the same. They often issued the sounds for the soldiers to either awake in the morning or retire in the evening. They would sound, of course, when going into battle, they would set the rhythm, the pace for how they were to move. Drummer boys carried waters for soldiers, sharpened doctors' utensils, removed dead bodies, and often buried dead soldiers. And so Preston Taylor later on, he's going to establish himself in Nashville, among other things, as a prominent undertaker here in the city of Nashville. And there's a very neat picture there of his when he was in uniform. And again, why would that be important? This is just a sample here of a young man, a gentleman here who's a former slave, and he, becomes a drummer boy in the Civil War in the Union Army. Can you imagine, ladies and gentlemen, the psychological boost, the emotional boost that a young man would have felt by going from rags to being adorned in a military uniform? So, and that's what happened for Preston Taylor. And of course, that experience proved to be indelible and had a profound lingering influence in his life. After the Civil War, Preston Taylor will make his way back to Kentucky. Okay, I kind of skipped over a little bit. He was born in Shreveport, Louisiana, but he's going to, when Zachary Taylor dies in 1850, his estate is going to be divided among his wife and siblings, and some of his siblings are going to, Zachary Taylor's children are going to relocate to Kentucky, and Preston Taylor and his mother were a part of that group. And so after the Civil War, he's going to return to Kentucky, where he's going to work for the L&C Railroad, that stands for Louisville and Chattanooga Railroad System. As a porter, he would have carried the bags, shined shoes, ironed clothes, as well as provided food for patrons. There's an event that happens in Kentucky when white employees excluded black workers, and they came to Preston Taylor, who by that time has established himself as a noteworthy clergyman there in Kentucky. And so Taylor intervenes, and he's given an opportunity to build a section of the railroad, and he assembles 150 black laborers, and they work diligently to complete the two sections of the Virginia and Ohio Railroad, and they did it ahead of schedule. And this railroad baron here, C.P. Huntington, made this declaration here after noting what Taylor and his crew had accomplished. He said, quote, I never before saw a contractor who finished his contract in advance. And it's this event that's going to really put Preston Taylor on the map there in the state of Kentucky. But he's not going to stay in Kentucky for the rest of his life. He's going to eventually make his way to Middle Tennessee here in Nashville. And again, we want to ask, why does he leave? Why does he leave Kentucky when, he's able to accomplish this great feat there on the railroad? And it's not absolutely clear, but we can kind of rely on circumstantial evidence that points to the fact that he went through a divorce. He had some personal challenges. He lost, I know for certain, one, perhaps two children died in infancy there in Kentucky. And then he was also appointed a fundraiser for a Bible school, Newcastle Bible School there in Kentucky, and it collapsed. And I believe it was those things that kind of disappointed him. And so he was looking for a new start. He already had contacts here in Nashville because of his affiliation, again, with the Disciples of Christ. He had preached in Nashville before, and he had some contacts with preachers from Middle Tennessee. And so in 1885, Preston Taylor relocated to Tennessee, where he pastored the Gay Street Christian Church. Now, they're going to have some conflict in that congregation, and so he's going to be ousted, and he will launch the Leah Christian Avenue Church, okay? And that church today is still in existence, but it goes by another name, the New Covenant Christian Church. And Preston Taylor launched that congregation. In 1888, Preston Taylor opened the Taylor Funeral Home. He was concerned with bestowing dignity on Black people, not just in life, but even in death. And he got that opportunity in 1892, when 3 Black firefighters died in a horrific fire in Nashville, Tennessee. The 3 firefighters were Charles C. Gowdy, who was 39 years old, Hardy Ewing, 41 years old, and Stokely H. Allen, 29 years old. There was a building, Phillips and Buttroff, I may be mispronouncing that name, forgive me for that, a 7-story building that was on fire, and these black firefighters climbed up, and there was an adjacent building that was swaying, and it collapsed. The adjacent building collapsed on the firefighters without their being aware that they were in danger. And that was such a horrific event that it really cast dark clouds of sorrow over the city of Nashville. And it's in this context, ladies and gentlemen, that Preston Taylor steps forward. In this context, that Preston Taylor took charge of the funeral arrangements and displayed extraordinary leadership skills. In fact, I have a quote from the Nashville Globe here. It says, quote, in fact, this is from 1892, the American Daily, I believe a white paper here in Nashville, and it says, quote, Undertaker Preston Taylor had entire charge of all the funeral arrangements yesterday, and the perfections with which they were carried out elicited much favorable comment. Silver handles on the coffins were the finest that could be held in the city. He and his funeral home company constructed a catafalque. Are you familiar with what a catafalque would be? This was a large decorated wooden frame that supported a coffin of a distinguished people, but he had so constructed it that it contained the remains of the 3 firemen, and people in the city had never witnessed anything like that. And there's a historical marker here in the city of Nashville that honors the life, this tragic event that occurred in the winter of 1892. But that was the event that catapulted Preston Taylor to regional, national fame, that incident that he stepped forward in and became and emerged as a prominent leader. Moving forward here, okay? In 1904, Preston Taylor, along with Richard H. Boyd and J.C. Napier, launched the 1 cent Savings Bank and Trust Company. This is the oldest owned bank in the United States. And Preston Taylor was a stockholder in this bank. And I understand that it's still going strong. Amen, still going strong. Some of you have millions there, no doubt, okay? All right, in 1905, Preston Taylor established Greenwood Park in Nashville, in a recreational facility. Yes, his goal was to make sure that African Americans had opportunities for fun, frolic, and freedom. It consisted of barbecue stands, a baseball stadium, gardens, a lunchroom counters, a merry-go-round, a roller coaster, a skating rink, a theater, a shooting gallery, slideshows. I mean, this was quite an impressive event, ladies and gentlemen, an impressive accomplishment for Preston Taylor. And again, and people, I mean, as many as 8,000, 9,000, 10,000 people from Nashville and beyond would frequent Greenwood Park there. There's a historical marker there recognizing the Citizens Savings Bank and Trust. I do have some slides here that we have concerning Greenwood Park. You see the corner of the casket factory there, Greenwood Park, and I believe, let's see, a Fountain Square. And there are other portraits that we have available, not very many, but we do have some, and I was able to secure these from the Disciples of Christ Historical Society, which once was housed here in Nashville, but it has since relocated to Bethany, West Virginia. That's the hometown of course, not the hometown, but the place where Alexander Campbell did a lot of great work. Preston Taylor and Booker T. Washington were indeed comrades, if you will. Booker T. Washington was the most influential black man in the United States from 1895 to 1915. Booker T. Washington was also a part of the board of Fisk University, so he made frequent trips in and out of Nashville. And now Preston Taylor was different from Washington in that Preston Taylor was not afraid to oppose racial discrimination, and he did that in 1905 with the transportation boycott. What's noteworthy about the relationship between Booker T. Washington and Preston Taylor, that both of them were formerly enslaved persons, yet they rose to prominence, and Booker T. Washington was enamored with Preston Taylor, so much so that he included a section in his book, The Negro in Business, which featured Preston Taylor, and it contains some very valuable information for Preston Taylor, on Preston Taylor, all right? I want to say a little bit more here about his family life, okay? Preston Taylor, ladies and gentlemen, was married, as best I can ascertain, 4 times, okay? His first wife, Ella Sprawlin, there's documentary evidence that shows that they went through a divorce, okay? And then he married again a lady by the name of Anna Hoffman. I'm not sure what happened with that marriage. We do know that they had a child who died, and perhaps that would have impacted their relationship. And so he's going to leave Kentucky and make his way to Nashville, where he's going to meet Georgia Gordon, okay? And they fall in love, and they will marry in 1890. And they also have a child, and that child dies, okay? So it says something there about the infant mortality rate, the struggles that he had. He loved children, but never had any biological children. And so that was one of the tragedies there. And there you see the beautiful, elegant Georgia Gordon, who was a former slave, and she was also a part of the Fisk Jubilee Singers, yes. In fact, one of the original members, and she's buried here in the city of Nashville, Tennessee. The Fisk Jubilee Singers, my goodness, what an amazing story. You know, Nashville is such an amazing place with rich history. You know, when you come on this campus, you ought to just take your shoes off. You're on holy ground, okay? The Fisk Jubilee Singers and Georgia Gordon. Yes. I mean, and so this is very interesting here. Now, the record says, the evidence we have is that Georgia Gordon died of a broken heart. You know, of course, losing her infant child And then there were rumors that's documented by her good friend Ella Shepherd, who was a part of the Fish Jubilee Singers, that Preston Taylor had fallen in love with a younger woman. Yeah, and so that's, yes. And yeah, so, I mean, hey, let me just put it this way. Ladies and gentlemen, can a man be great and still have flaws? You know, I believe that all great men and women have flaws. And Preston Taylor was a great man, but he also had flaws. So he will marry this beautiful woman here, Ida Mallory. Ida had served as the church secretary and Bible teacher. She had a beautiful voice. So brothers, y'all be careful about those secretaries. All right. But anyhow, that's for a different sermon there. All right. But here we go. As I wrap up this morning. All right, so in conclusion, what does all of this mean for us, ladies and gentlemen? Preston Taylor matters. Preston Taylor, we ought to care about this man. And I'm going to challenge the young people here today. We need more study, more research done on Preston Taylor. The title of my book is To Pave the Way for His People, A Life of Preston Taylor. I do not claim to have composed the life. I believe there's more work that needs to be done on Preston Taylor, R.H. Boyd, as well as James C. Napier, and others here. And so I hope that you'll take that challenge and learn more, because we definitely need more. As I summarize my presentation here, Preston Taylor emerged from the shackles of chattel enslavement to make life better for his people. On the one hand, he cared deeply about the souls and bodies of Black people, as represented in a lot of his activities that he did, the banking system, education, including Tennessee State University. He was at the forefront of helping to launch this great institution. On the other hand, his multiple marriages revealed that he was a man with flaws, faults, and foibles. So I contend, ladies and gentlemen, that in many ways, Preston Taylor was an iron man with a compassionate heart. And for that reason, he was without question a resilient man. In spite of the tragedies that he suffered with the divorces that he went through, the untimely death of his third wife, Georgia Gordon, the deaths of his infant children, Mr. Preston Taylor was able to bounce back and roll up his sleeve and keep moving forward until his death in 1931. Thank you so much for having me today. May God bless you and may God keep you.
Our second presentation today is led by author and professor Alice Randall, the only Black woman in history to co-write both the #1 country song and an Academy of Country Music Video of the Year. Randall earned an undergraduate degree from Harvard University and was awarded an honorary doctorate from Fisk University. She currently holds the Andrew W. Mellon Chair in Humanities at Vanderbilt University, where she teaches courses in the Department of African American and Diaspora Studies. She published 5 novels, including The Wind Done Gone, Black Bottom Saints, as well as a cookbook and children's novels co-written with her daughter. Here now is her session entitled Reflections on My Black Country, a journey through country music's Reflections on My Black Country, a journey through country music's Black past, present, and future. And we'll take a break after Alice Randall's presentation. Welcome now, Alice Randall.
just, and then I'll give you 1 minute and 5 minute warnings. That's so that's your background. The second, can you get, do you have it down there? No, because she's on there. No, because you, okay, good. I'm sorry. I didn't want to shoot them, I just wanted to. And I'll give you warnings. Okay, great. Thank you. This is your mics.
Hi, I'm Alice Randall, and you're going to get an intimate and sort of old school presentation for me because for reasons you're about to be introduced to, this is very much an intimate and homecoming for me. I've arrived in Nashville 42 years ago this month to be a Black woman country songwriter and publisher. And I stand here you've just heard, I've written #1 country songs, I've written multiple chart-topping country songs, and I've published people you may have heard of, including Garth Brooks. So I've had a successful career that continues. This year has been one of my high water marks. This is the album, My Black Country. I actually was at the Grammys last weekend and was in the room when Beyonce won Country Album of the Year. And then also Album of the Year, and that was, for me, a Juneteenth moment. It was good news come at long last, and it was coming in the aftermath of the CMA, and I think I was the first Black woman voting member of the CMA way back in the 1980s that did not, do not clap for that, because the CMA did not even give her a nomination for album. It was really, I did not attend any of the CMA events this year as a choice because I was very disappointed in my community. It's still my community, but my community could have done better. So here's applause for better. And I really want you to give some very loud applause for, if you take one thing away from my talk today. One is, here's a Black woman. My body, I'm embodied country music. I've done my DNA test. I am part Scottish, part Nigerian. I'm Afro-Celtic, and country music is too. And so I don't have a slide for you. I actually had a whole deck, but my history is right now, and so it's not historical, and so therefore it's a little bit more complicated getting all the rights to show you images when things are happening right now. So I'm gonna have to rely on the old-fashioned. A picture of the actual album, My Black Country, all Black women's voices who are recording songs of mine that originally were recorded by people like Glenn Campbell. That song, Who's Minding the Garden, on this album is now recorded by Reese Palmer. And what I want you to know, she was the first Black woman to land on the country chart since Linda Martell in the 20th century. It took 40 years to get from Linda to Reese. And Reese's singing a song about environmental justice and injustice. And I wrote that song, and Glenn Campbell recorded it when my little girl was 3 or 4 years old. She's now 37. And that's gonna bring you to this thing I wanna jump in with, something I will never present anywhere else but here on the Avon in Williams campus of the great TSU. My first weeks in Nashville, that was 1983, it seemed every time I walked into a building, some older writer or producer would narrate DeFord Bailey's death to me as a cautionary tale. The nature of the warning varied. I remember clearly the two most common variants. Those who wanted to encourage me to work hard described DeFord's demise something like this: and he died in poverty because he was too lazy to write new songs. Those were the folks who wanted to encourage me. Those who took one look at my 23-year-old Black body and agreed that I needed to go back to wherever it was you came from, that the president of ACUF Rose told me in person, told me the story of DeFord's end this way: And he died in poverty, living in a housing project, shining shoes, because he was too lazy to write new songs. In those days in Nashville, Music Row housing project and shining shoes were code for Black. Poor white people in the mythos of that time and place lived in trailers, preferably a double wide, or in the family's defunct and imperiled farm. They, white folks, didn't live in housing projects. They, white folks, were independent. They, white folks, didn't depend on government aid. They persisted. The implication was Black people, exemplified by D. Ford, didn't persist. In all versions of D. Ford's story I heard on the row, D. Ford's death was a tragedy of D. Ford's making. Now I want to stop here and tell you this. The second thing you should remember, if you remember, two things. There is a first family of Black country in my mind. And the first family of Black country are the founders of all country. D. Ford Bailey is the papa. Lil Hardin is the mama. Ray Charles is their genius child. Herb Jeffries, the bronze buckaroo, is Lil's stepchild. And Charlie Pride is D. Ford's side child. Country is cornbread, Charlie Pride. So that is the first family of Black country. You have to read the whole book to get all of that, but know those people's names. But let me tell you the real story of D. Ford Bailey and why this is an intimate homecoming for me, being here with you today. In 1986, 3 years into my life as a country songwriter and song publisher, I heard a very different end to D. Ford's story. This time, D. Ford's end was victorious. As told to me in the kitchen of 1818 Marina Street by then Tennessee State Senator Avon N. Williams, my first father-in-law, the man I call Big Avon. The last chapters of D. Ford Bailey's life were spent with both Bailey's music and Bailey's experience in the music industry becoming secret weapons in the fight for Black political power in Tennessee. How's that? In 1968, against all odds, Big Avon became the first Black state senator elected in Tennessee since Reconstruction. 6 feet tall, keen-featured, quick-witted, with an explosive temper, piercing eyes, light brown skin, close-cropped hair, and a smile with a slight gap, Avon Williams carefully cultivated an intimidating presence. He transformed good looks, legal acumen, righteous anger, political connections, blood ties, and marriage bonds. He married into Arna Bontemps' family, into a dazzling aura that inspired adoration, fear, and hate. The Ku Klux Klan bombed his house. In the summer of 1986, he was in a fight to retain the seat he had held for 17 years. Big Avon was afflicted with a rare disease he fought to the death, ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease, and it was rapidly advancing in 1986. Yet with his brain unimpaired, he functioned effectively, continuing to play a leadership role in the state Senate, communicating by typing, raging through the halls in his electric wheelchair. A young Black lawyer rejected the local wisdom in the Black political world, which declared that despite the challenges of ALS, Williams, with seniority on significant committees, unrivaled brain power, proven political acumen, and forged in fire political relationships, was the best advocate for the people of the 19th District. This young lawyer argued the community be better served by someone who wasn't. He didn't say the word, but he got across the meaning. Crippled. With the margin for winning the election tight and campaign money short, I wrote, produced, and recorded a campaign jingle for Big Avon. And then, pleased as punch, I played the finished jingle for Big Avon and asked him how he felt to have his first political jingle on the air. The man looked at me, and not for the first time, like I was ignorant, crazy, or both. Then he schooled me. And you have to know, with ALS at this time, He barely could speak. He could hardly lift his hand. And I know we're recording this, and I want us to record this, because this is as true as I can tell you to what he did. He could barely move anything, and he took his force to lift up his hand. I will cry when I tell you this. And he pounded once on the table, and he said, D. Ford Bailey wrote my first jingle. And that's all he could say. But he typed out the rest. And I turned that part to a long passage in this book. In the summer of 1986, every word was torture for Big Avon to produce. But he found the breath and the will to make that statement loud and proud. I was startled into recalibrating the significance of D. Ford Bailey by Senator Avon N. Williams, the man for whom this building is named. Election day 1986, Williams won by 453 votes. That is a tiny margin. That night, he thanked my loyal and beautiful supporters, my devoted family, and all the people of the 19th District for your love and inspiring work. High in Williams' pantheon of loyal and beautiful supporters was D. Ford, deceased D. Ford Bailey. And it wasn't just that D. Ford played an unheralded role in his first election by writing that first jingle. Big Avon wrote all this to me, typed this to me. Or that the Klan, or when after the Klan had burned a cross on Senator Avon N. Williams' lawn in 1972, D. Ford Bailey stood by Big Avon as he had stood with him before. And it wasn't only that. Big Avon was inspired by the way D. Ford performed in adverse circumstances on the stage of the Opry, as he had to perform in adverse circumstances in the chamber of the Tennessee Senate. But none of that was D. Ford's biggest impact in the summer of 1986. Big Avon was being dismissed as a quote-unquote cripple behind his back, as D. Ford had been dismissed as a cripple right to his face, aloud and in print. During the whole time, he was the Opry's first superstar, not first Black superstar, first superstar, period. There was an excessive and inappropriate focus on the changes early polio had made on D. Ford's body, as there was an excessive and inappropriate focus on the changes late ALS was making on Williams' body. Knowing D. Ford to be expert, excellent, and atypically, but well-abled, was some large part of Big Avon knowing he could be the same. Seeing D. Ford as a power, as potent, exactly as he was, prepared Big Avon as he was flying through the hall, connecting his Senate office to the Senate chamber in his electric wheelchair. D. Ford was evidence Williams wasn't a lesser power. He was a new power. D. Ford's obituary, published July 3rd, 1982 in the Tennessean, the day after he took his last breath, stated, in 1928, the first full year of the Grand Ole Opry, Mr. Bailey played on 49 of 52 shows, 20 more appearances than the next most frequent artist. When he was on the Opry, D. Ford had Black and white fans. Then he was fired off country's most iconic radio show, and they started telling lies about him. You have to read the whole book to know a little bit more about those lies. But D. Ford did not vanish when he left the Opry, even though that is implied in the materials the Country Music Hall of Fame have up about him at the time of my writing this book, and in the version of his life told on Wikipedia at the day I was writing this. In the wide Black world and in Black Nashville, he continued to be part of the arts conversation. He continued to teach people in his own family and beyond his own family how to play the harmonica. And he continued to be part of the political and legal conversation. It was just his mainstream commercial country career that was destroyed. His white country career after he left the Opry. His life in black country that began when his mother and father handed him a harmonica, not a rattle. His life as a fourth generation. He was born as a fourth generation black hillbilly artist. His life as a citizen and creative in black country did not stop till death took him and he was laid in a grave in Nashville Greenwood Cemetery. And I'm thrilled to say I've taken my students in black country at Vanderbilt, a group of black, white, and Asian kids, to the cemetery. And we have stood at D. Ford's grave. And my students have written songs in honor of him and said prayers in honor of D. Ford. And we need to stop telling those lies about D. Ford getting too lazy to write. And that's why history is important and historians are important. How many more minutes do I have, Caroline?
Yeah, 10.
Great. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about the birth of country now. So I don't know when you imagined that country music was born, and unlike me, I was born in one Riverside, Music City, Detroit, Motown, and I will hopefully die in another one, Nashville, and I will die happy for all the great music I've heard and had an opportunity to make. But Detroit, if you read my book, Black Bottom Sites, was a truly lively black music community that was national. And so a lot of artists came through there. And so from the oral histories of those people, I knew, and my daddy knew, wasn't in the music business, he owned a dry cleaning, that the banjo was an African instrument. And I knew what they said in Black Detroit at the time, that Lil Hardin played on that big hillbilly, they used to call it Peckerwood hit in Detroit back in the time. And that was country's first #1 million-selling song, was Blue Yodel #9. And 3 geniuses played on it. One genius name got on it. That was Jimmy Rogers. But you know who the other 2 were? Louis Armstrong played on the first million-selling country record. And Lil Hardin Armstrong. Lil Hardin, who went to Fisk for 3 years, played on that first million-selling record. And she is the only person who played on it for every bar of it. She is the piano player, leading it, controlling it. That is why she is the mother of black country. She played on country music's first million-selling record, and her name was not put on the record. She was erased from all of the histories of it. I had to fight when we were working on Ken Burns' documentary, My Black Country Music, not My Black Country, Country Music, to get Lil's name in it, and I lost that fight. Because they said no one will believe it in the time we have to tell the story. I got Louis Armstrong on, and I got the other major historian to admit he was wrong, that I had the documentation. We had actually the sheet music from the session, another scholar had traced down, and I brought it out. With Jimmy Rogers' own hand saying, and Louis' wife, Lil, played piano. But that's why I don't have slides, because the real work of history is fighting in rooms like that, when images are being controlled and a new documentary is made and 40 million people say it, and Lil Hardin is left out. We have pictures of quote unquote white hillbilly bands that we now know that some of the people playing in the band in the 30s are not the band members. One is the manager, and the real players were black. Pictures can lie. People can too, but pictures can too. And so I love the gentleman right before me. I loved his talk. I am fascinated by Preston Taylor, and he was a preacher. And I want to tell you this, that I love that he writes biographies. I teach a course at Vanderbilt on African American memoir and biography. And it was from working on that course that I discovered what I think is the first black country song in history. The earliest black country song I know rose from the shores of the Chesapeake Bay and dates back to sometime before 1838. And it includes these lines: "We raise the wheat, they give us the corn. We bake the bread, they give us the crust. We sift the meal, they give us the husk. We peel the meat, they give us the skin. And that's the way they take us in. We skim the pot, they give us the liquor and say that's good enough for nigger. We is the black folk, they is the white folk, and the specific we is enslaved Africans, and the specific they are Scots. Frederick Douglass was owned by people, the old family, whose lineage traced back to Scotland. They were likely Ulster Scots who made up the lion's share of the migration to the eastern shore of Maryland, starting in 1649. The lyric to this early country song was included in My Bondage and My Freedom, the second of Frederick Douglass's 3 autobiographies. Frederick Douglass wrote his own autobiography 3 different times, and in one of them, he takes the time to record the entire lyric of a song that he understood to be a country song, and it was published in 1855. So we know the song was being sung by enslaved Africans in these Americas, sometimes before that day that he ran to freedom, between Christmas and New Year's. The song caught by Douglass is seminal. It evolves over time, it transforms, it becomes hard to recognize, but I believe I hear it in an echo of the Bob Wills classic, Take Me Back to Tulsa. That Bob Wills, that's a white king of Texas swing, he's got a line in his song that goes, little bee sucks the blossom, big bee gets the honey, darky raised the cotton, white man gets the money. Is that not that song remixed? The actual family that owns the copyright acknowledged it when I shared with them this. And then in that song, there's another line, let me off at Archer and I'll walk down to Greenwood. This is one of the most iconic white country songs of all time. But who asked the question? What are Archer and Greenwood doing in this song? Archer and Greenwood are the streets in the black neighborhood of Tulsa, the neighborhood that was destroyed in the Tulsa massacre. Another way the song is signing. This is a black country song that got copyrighted by white people, claimed by white artists, and another place where black genius is whitewashed out of the country music story. I will end by telling you something I imagine that I hope is sweet. I have imagined black country and all country to have been born as an art form, as an aesthetic, in the year 1624 near Jamestown, Virginia. William Tucker, the first black infant born in the British colonies that would become America, was born that year in that place. And I've imagined his mother weaving English ballads she heard with African melodies she knew, sang to her son. That, for me, is the birth of country music. It's African and it's Celtic. It acknowledges that life is hard, God is real, and family, faith, and liquor make significant compensations. That is the country truth, and that's all over Beyonce's album, My Black Country. And I gave you that first family of black country. You now know who DeFord Bailey is. Opry's first star, played the harmonica, was essential to the career of Bill Monroe and Roy Acuff. They went out on the road with DeFord because DeFord brought the big crowds. You know Lil Hardin played on that first million-selling country record, Blue Yodel No. 9. Y'all know who Ray Charles is, but you gotta remember in 1962, 63, he's releasing modern sounds in country and Western music, the album that Willie Nelson says is the greatest country album of all time. You may have forgotten who Herb Jeffries is. He's the bronze buckaroo who in the 30s and 40s made black singing cowboy race movies. He was so famous, Herb Jeffries is the person that Herbie Hancock was named for. And I don't need to tell you who Charlie Pride is, but I do need to tell you, back to Herb Jeffries, that he represents the 20 to 30% of all cowboys we now know to be black and brown. And cowboy songs are part of the repertory that helped make country and Western music originally. It's another place where we see a giant infusion of Black, brown, and Hispanic and indigenous voices entering into country in the Vancaros, the Black, brown, and indigenous cowboys. Thank you for sharing with me part of my 40-some-year history in country and Western music.
From Nashville Public Schools. Will you all please stand? Just wanted you all to recognize them, that we have young people in the hall attending this conference. Thank you.
Our third session today is Tamara Gordon, a seasoned nonprofit executive with over 18 years of experience in education, historic preservation, and public programming. Her expertise includes curriculum design, community engagement modeling, program management, operational efficiency, and the global perspective on national programming. Her professional journey is driven by her commitment to family, community, and the preservation of Black history. Gordon represents the Greenwood Seneca Foundation, a Black and woman-run nonprofit organization with the mission of supporting Black people to reconnect to the sites of history with more joy and honor. And now please, enjoy her presentation. Ms. Gordon, it is entitled, From the Black Visitor Perspective, Preparing Sites of Enslavement to Build and Sustain Relationships with Black Visitors.
Oh, you said it perfectly. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to set my timer too, so I hold myself accountable. Thank you so much. I'm going to hold myself accountable to time, so I'm going to set a gentle timer for myself. And Linda, Tim, Carolyn, thank you so much for having me here. I'm honored and really grateful to have this conversation about the Black visitor experience. The model that I'll share with you is called Your Legacy Tours, and the very first time that I got an opportunity to talk about it publicly was at the Metro Historical Commission meeting just about 3 years ago, and so I feel just a very deep sense of pride and gratitude that this gets to be the stage that I share the learnings from the past 3 years outside of just the idea that I had. And so for those of you who are willing, as we kick off, I'd like to just invite folks to imagine visiting a museum or a historical space. If you are a practitioner or someone who works at a historical site, imagine a visitor that shows up to your space at Tuesday, 10 a.m. If you yourself are a visitor or a museum goer, just who's the first person that comes to your mind? What do they look like? How are they getting to your site? How are you getting to the museum? How do you buy your ticket? Who do you talk to? What are the sounds that you hear? How are you feeling walking into the space? What tour options are even available for you? What do you choose? And then what kinds of questions does that person ask? If it's you, that's the museum goer, great. If it is another person that you're envisioning, what do they ask? How are they feeling? And do their feelings change once the tour is over? And I just ask you to hold that person, that image in your mind for the duration of our conversation. So I'm a visitor. I'm a museum goer. I intentionally go to sites of enslavement. I have been to, in 2021 alone, I visited over a dozen sites of enslavement. Now in 2025, that number has definitely doubled, more than my family would be happy to say. I intentionally go to these spaces and look for connections to ancestral story, despite my family telling me don't go, despite the warnings of you're in the South, nobody looks like you, despite all of those things, I'm someone who actively goes and chooses these places on purpose all the time. And what I very quickly learned at every single space I went to, again, a dozen in 1 year where I dragged my husband and my son with me, now more than that where I get to bring my family along, an extended family to these same spaces. What I learned really quickly is that these spaces that were housing my ancestral stories, that had access to information that I might not get otherwise, that I can't go on Ancestry.com to get, that I don't have living grandparents to tell me the stories about, is that they weren't designed for me. They were never expecting me to show up. And what I mean by me, right, is all the different identities of me. It's me as a Black person, it's me as a woman, it's me as a mother, and then how all of those things are expressed through my profession, which happens to be a nonprofit in history and program design, and someone who actually wants connection, wants real relationship to my history as a Black person living in America. While I was in these spaces, mostly just me, being the only Black person among a diversity of visitors, I was looking for names of people. I wanted to touch the nails in the floors that were made by the blacksmith that wasn't given a name or shared with me during the tour. I wanted to hear possible surnames that might connect stories and gaps in my own family tree. Maybe I wanted to pray. Maybe I wanted to cry. And what I realized is that all of the other visitors, they were somewhere else. You know, they were excited about the American heritage and the architecture and what wallpaper is on the wall. And they're connecting to an American heritage that completely removed and ignored how their American heritage created mine. And so my deference for this sacred space, our very first speaker talked about the sacredness of walking onto TSU's campus, the sacredness of being in the Greenwood Park or Greenwood Cemetery, the sacredness of any time we walk on a space that our ancestors, who may otherwise never be known, lived and occupied, is a space of deference. And my deference in these spaces was always met with their avoidance and discomfort and not knowing how to engage with me. And so there's not a space of collective learning, right? Let alone for the theme of this conference, there's no resilience can thrive in that kind of environment. And when we look at the data, I get it. I get why historical spaces, sites of Blackness, sites of enslavement, however you call them in your own work and world, I get why they are not prepared for Black visitors, why they're not prepared for me. 97% of museum dollars, what keeps the lights on, what pays the staff, come from people that are not Black, right? So I get why maybe you're not catering to a group that looks like me. Only 13% of tourists that do spend their money with museums and historical spaces actually trust and believe that you want them there. And so I can understand, if you're just looking at the data, top level, why you wouldn't think it's important to prepare for a visitor that looks like me or like other folks in this room. But my ask or my invitation in this conversation is to consider a story behind the data. And what happens when we look at a story and an opportunity behind the data that's there. And so if you did, you might hear a different version of the story. You might hear that because 76% of Black people in general are reliant solely on oral history to understand any story about their ancestry or family tree, I no longer have living grandparents. And so I'm part of this 67% that doesn't even have access to the story. That there's an opportunity for museums, historical spaces, to supplement that learning with the information that you have at your sites. You might also hear that there's a revenue opportunity that museums are not participating in right now. There is a group that actively spends and wants to go out and be in places and tour and learn about who they are, other cultures, their own culture, that you're not currently getting access to. And what the real thing is in here with this 87% and lack of trust, and I think this group in particular probably knows where that distrust comes from, that there's an opportunity here to really gain and build a relationship with visitors that are longing for connection to their own history. And so my guess is that, and the theory and some of the work that I'll share with you is that if we really begin to shift and start to see the story behind the data, we start to really see and understand what lies behind the thing that's easy, which is only 3%, not that important, we'll spend our time on the 97%, is that we may be able to start to shift or think about how to shift the typical feeling that Black visitors get when they walk into historical spaces, they walk into museums, and if they choose to walk onto former sites of enslavement, do y'all really want me here? Were y'all prepared for me? Should I even be here? Is the typical feeling of a Black visitor. And it was this question that led to the creation of Your Legacy Tours. And Your Legacy Tours is the model and the program that I designed that I will use as the example for the learnings that we did right here in Nashville. And we worked in partnership with Travelers Rest Historic House Museum in Nashville, Tennessee, and we pointedly addressed and agreed to tackle this question of, do you want Black visitors here, by naming the double consciousness that was taking place at sites of enslavement in particular, right? And I'm sure most of this group is aware of where double consciousness comes from, W.B. Du Bois and his book, Soul of Black Folks. But what it really requires practitioners and those who are gatekeepers of ancestral information, gatekeepers to information about my own family, is to really understand and feel that Black visitors, from the time they decide to buy a ticket online, let alone get in their car or on the bus or make their way to your site, before they even get to the grounds, are grappling with their needs to learn about their own history, confront their own truth and heritage and culture, while also conforming to the gaze of others that just wants to be comfortable in something that is not meant to be comfortable. And we held this notion of double consciousness at the core of the work that Greenwood Seneca and Travelers Rest did in creating Your Legacy Tours. And we considered current interpretations at their site, the programs that they were running and what visitors were coming to those programs. We considered the experiences that their visitors were having, and then also how was staff being trained around the nuances of the different visitor types that are coming to their spaces. And then we defined very specifically what did we want Black visitors to feel after being on a site of enslavement. And then we identified the blockers to creating that space, right? So we have to name the thing before we can do anything about it. And so this process that we named, and because my identity gets to show up in all these different ways where I've led other nonprofits and am studying history and now codifying that into an experience around public programming for Black visitors, we created and named a process called the experience arc, which is really this oscillating experience that any site, any museum space is going through in trying to work with and sustain relationship with Black visitors. And it has 4 components. But the real essence of the experience arc is that distance between your head and your heart, or the values that you hold sacred, but like the funding dollars that come in and drive what you do, or thinking good versus doing good. It's really that space. What happens in your body and in your mind when you're trying to balance the right thing and the thing I have to do. And so there's 4 components to this. Moral is that compass. It's like, what drives you? What are your values? What's right or wrong? What do I think is right to do? Statistical is do I have the data to support how I'm feeling? Like, I know this is right, but the data's telling me something very different. And then interpretive. Do I have the information? Do I have the staff, the people that can support the data I'm seeing, that match how I'm feeling and wanting to do the right thing? And then, is it sustainable? Do I have the funding? Do I have board buy-in? Can I keep doing this even though I feel like it's the right thing? Can I keep this going? And we acknowledge with Travelers Rest and other sites that I've worked with, for the sake of this conversation, Travelers Rest, what we acknowledge is that moving through the art creates spaces of stagnation and blockers for sites, right? It's like getting really overwhelmed by the idea of, well, if I do this for one group, I gotta do it for the other, and what does it mean to serve everybody? You get so overwhelmed by the idea of serving everyone that you just don't do anything, or you keep doing what you've always done. And for most spaces and folks who have been to these spaces as visitors, you probably can feel and hear what that sounds like. It sounds really similar. It might sound like we just have to stick to the facts. We can't talk about anything unless we can prove it, it is documented, and it is concrete. Or we'll allow for statements like, well, we can't really confirm that, or there's no way to prove this actually happened, or I don't know, that didn't happen here, it probably happened somewhere else, but there's no way for us to know. And we'll allow those statements to be responses, particularly to Black visitors who are inquiring about the oral history or anecdotal information that we know has happened at these sites, but is in no way concretely documented. And what that does is it removes possibility, it removes anecdote, it removes narrative, it removes honor, it removes remembrance. And in the theme of this conference and in these conversations, it removes any resilience, which is actually the meat of what will attract and sustain and build trust with Black visitors to sites like those of enslavement, former plantation sites. So it was in direct response to this conflict, those blockers, those points of stagnation, those questions. Every time I went to these sites, I would get well, I don't know, nobody's ever asked me that before. And so it was in direct response to this that I created Your Legacy Tours. And Your Legacy Tours is a model for a program that helps Black visitors feel more joy and honor when they are learning about their history connected to surviving the institution of enslavement. And in partnership with Travelers Rest, we piloted an audit process, a visitor program, technology, and community building process that brought new and returning visitors to the site over the course of 2 years so far. So 3 years ago, I got to introduce this as an idea, and for the last 2 years, we've actually been running programs. And our theory was that if we built an intentional experience for the visitors we were inviting, that they would come, that they would bring others, and they would want to learn more. And so far they have. So we went from an introduction from Metro Historical Commission to the executive director at Travelers Rest and a handshake agreement in 2022. To an 8-month audit process where we looked at interpretations, we revised different tours, we looked at all of their materials, to one pilot program in 2023 with the Association of African American Museums. We hosted over 75 people in that first event, to several funded programs in 2024 with the support of local organizations in Nashville. Preservation Society of Nashville and the Community Foundation of Middle Tennessee supported several of our programs this year. And we've served over 200 visitors to date. And one of the really interesting statistics here is that our average age is about 47. And more than half of our visitors have never, ever been to a site of enslavement. My dad is 70 years old, and he has said my entire life, Tammy, you're not taking me to one of them places. I'm not going. That's not, mom and dad, we're not going there. And I got my dad to come to an event. And what I'm really proud of is that we surveyed 200 guests. We do pre and post surveys, which I'll share on the next slide. And 100% of them said that they would return to a Your Legacy Tours experience at a different site if the format of the tour was protected and replicated somewhere else, that they would come back. And I'm based in California. I am from the East Coast, but I've been coming back and forth to Nashville over the last 4 years. And it was really important to me that if I was going to, one, be this newbie in a city, that I was supporting the businesses and the people who were here doing this work all along. And so 90% of the dollars that we raise and spend to host Your Legacy tours goes back into local Black businesses. And so I'm really proud that we were able to recirculate a lot of the dollars that come in, thank you, back to these businesses. And the list of businesses continues to grow as we continue to learn more and introduce more businesses into our network. And this list is available in our annual report so that we can continue to share the businesses that are here that are doing the kind of work to support our program. Like I said, we survey all of our visitors. We do pre and post surveys, one in part to collect demographic information. A lot of the sites are not collecting that when you're buying tickets at the door or buying them online. And so we want to know who is coming to Your Legacy tour. We also want to know what they expect. What do you want out of this? What are you hoping that you get from coming to a space of enslavement that your ancestors survived? And then we do a post survey to gut check to make sure that we're doing the job that we said we would do, that we are actually serving the visitor in the way that they have asked for. And the feedback has been really affirming. It's confirming our theory that visitors, one, they want to come to sites of enslavement, and they will come if you build something for them, and that they want a joyful and honorable relationship to their history. One of the things that I want to make sure that I shared, because we learned a lot over the last 3 years, we're still learning a whole bunch in this process, is what were those blockers that we worked through, and how, if you are someone in a space that occupies histories related to those who survived enslavement, that you know what to do, how to take some of what we've done and what we were successful at and implement it in your own spaces, or as a visitor, what to ask for when you show up and you go to these spaces. And so there were 6 main blockers that we worked through. And I'm gonna step over here just so that I can see them on my end. You have a group that's interested but isn't coming. In this very specific case, you have Black visitors who, okay, Tammy, you're telling me they're interested, but they're not coming here. What does that mean? Very specifically, you're going to have to invite them. You're going to have to outreach and go to the groups that they participate in, invite them to come to your space. You're gonna have to work to build trust. We learned that 87% don't feel like they're even welcome once they come to your space. You're going to have to work to build trust. And if the trust isn't there innately, work with organizations that they do trust to help you bridge the gap so that you can codify that trust in relationship and community building spirit. Okay, cool. You tell me to invite them, I'll do the thing, but they don't feel welcome once they're here. So now what do I do with that? They're just gonna be upset that they're even here. You're gonna have to welcome them. Say hi, thank you for being here. I appreciate what it means for you to show up. Set the tone. Every tour that I go on, I get my ticket, it's, all right, we've got 45 minutes, the bathroom's over here, I have 5 more tours later, I'm exhausted, it's cold outside, don't touch anything in the house. This is how every tour starts. And it completely diminishes that level of deference that I'm having walking onto grounds of people that I know might still be buried here, whose names I may never hear. You completely erase any feeling that I have to hold the sacredness of that. I can find the bathroom. I don't want to be here more than 45 minutes, so that's okay. We can, all of that's fine. Figure out the logistics later. But create that physical and emotional safety for your visitors at the onset. Okay, cool. I do all that, but now my staff doesn't feel prepared. And Tammy, my staff is all white, so can we be the ones who are doing this tour? It is the access to the information and the knowledge sharing that Black visitors are yearning for. We want the intel. You guys are keepers of the game. We want access to the game. That's essentially what's happening. And so you have to, one, trust that your staff has the expertise to be able to share that with us, and then give them permission to bring in possibility. It can't be, we have to stick to the facts. We don't want to get it wrong. We're so scared of trying that we just don't do anything at all. Allow them to center humanity, bring in books, bring in anecdotes, bring in possibility. We know you can't prove it. We know that our ancestors weren't written about, there aren't necessarily letters about them, maybe they're only on an inventory. We already know that. Tell us what we don't know. Allow us to also imagine what it's like to holistically understand our own history. Okay, but we can't run Black History Month programs all year. We can't run visitor experiences just for Black folks. What do we do? My timer's gently reminding me. That's okay. We leverage technology at Travelers Rest to build evergreen solutions, evergreen in just that they're there even when we're not. And so any visitor who goes onto the steps of Travelers Rest has a way to engage with your legacy tours through an augmented reality app, also a Black-owned company that is doing work in the South to bring in Black monuments and historical images into spaces. And so anyone who is there can get access to that without having to run a full-on Your Legacy Tour program. And the last two kind of go hand in hand, right? It's, okay, my board's not gonna buy into this. They are not gonna let us fund and do a whole bunch of Black programming. And I have visitors that are gonna be mad. They come here every year for like Civil War reenactments, and so they're not gonna wanna hear about all of this stuff. My call is that doing the right thing requires audacity, and it requires courage, and doing the right thing, we never said that was going to be easy. But choosing to do it and choosing to honor a group who was robbed of their humanity from the onset, from the moment they stepped off their land, I'll say when they stepped off their land, robbed of their humanity. If you're able to bring humanity to that group, my guess is that you'll be able to bring humanity to everybody. There's a very nuanced approach, and as I was preparing for this conversation, I came across this really beautiful poem that I'll share with you as I'm closing out. There is a specificity in which each group, especially as it relates to the institution of enslavement, need to reconcile what they are in relationship to the institution. So for some visitors, it's, I want to learn something new, right? Everyone who comes into a museum or historical space, the goal is that people are learning and want to come back to learn more. But what I'm learning and how I'm learning that become the differentiator. That becomes the nuance that's really important to reimagine. And so there is a poem, this author's name is Sharesha Rush, and I want to make sure I honor her words by acknowledging that this is her work and not mine. And the poem is called My Ancestors' Wildest Dream, which I'm sure lots of folks have heard this term before. But her poem starts with, I don't want to be my ancestors' wildest dream. I think her dreams were simple and sacred. She dreamed of freedom touching her skin, of walking through a world that did not shrink her, that did not steal from her, that did not make her prove she belonged. I think she dreamed of rest, real rest, the kind that doesn't listen for footsteps, that doesn't brace for a name spoken harshly, that doesn't hold its breath in fear of being too much or not enough. I think she dreamed of laughter, not the quiet kind stifled behind pressed lips, but the kind that shakes the ribcage loose, the one that echoes without apology. She dreamed of silence that wasn't survival, of speaking without watching words become nooses, of love that didn't have to endure suffering to be considered strong. She wasn't waiting for me to build empires. She wasn't waiting for me to break records or be exceptional. She wanted air that didn't choke, land that didn't bruise, a name that wasn't borrowed or bartered, but fully hers. I don't want to be her wildest dream. I want to be her answered prayer. A whisper of hope made flesh, proof that she did not labor in vain. I laugh without looking over my shoulder. I walk freely knowing that freedom was never free, that it had a name, a face, a body that bent but did not break. I do not want to be my ancestors' wildest dream. I want to be the quiet sigh of relief she never got to breathe. I want her to see me and say, yes, baby, that's exactly what I meant. And so as I close out using Sharesha Rush's words, the job of historical spaces, of museums, of sites of history related to Black people's survival of enslavement is not to remind your visitors of all the reasons that their ancestors had to be resilient, Don't remind them of the hurt, of the labor, the violence, the harm. Your job is to offer insight into what resilience felt like. Your job in sustaining a relationship with Black visitors is to create a space where your visitors can feel like an answered prayer. And we filmed all of our work together. We put together a short film that really documents the process of what we did and how we did it and how visitors felt. And so for those who are interested, if you scan the QR code, it'll take you right to the link where the 3-minute video is available. And I cannot say how honored and grateful I feel to be able to be up here, Linda and Tim and Carolyn. I'm honored that I was invited to be here and share the stage with so many incredible people. And thank you all for having me today. Thank you.
Our fourth session today is Deshaun Lewis. A self-taught photographer, he focuses his works on life's happenings and promoting youth art. Born and raised in Nashville, his passion for photography traces back to his childhood. When making images, he prioritizes building community and fostering connections. Lewis uses the term life photography, which aims to authentically, he's authentic in his documenting real life. He authentically documents real life. That's what he does. Real life, events, people, and environments. So now please welcome with me Deshaun Lewis with his session, Tennessee Life Photography.
It's authentically, just authentically. Yeah. Sorry about that if I misspelled it wrong. Sorry, just press it. Okay, that's fine.
Make sure you get both those mics.
Okay. So I just move like that. Good morning. First of all, I just want to thank you all for having me here. It's truly a blessing. Hope you all are well mentally, spiritually, and physically. And I ask that you all interact as much as possible during this. It just will definitely help me through this process. I really do want it to be open, so if you all have any questions, thoughts, feelings, I would like for you all to express those, if you can. I want to start off by saying we are living history right now. You are living history. So I would encourage you all to document your daily lives, your family lives. One thing I noticed here recently is that there are not many photo albums in people's homes. We don't print photos as much as we should. And if you kind of listen to some of the presenters before, it's kind of hard to find those things. So if we don't do it, document it, have something in the physical sense, it will all just be washed away, and it will be left to interpret, like the young lady just said earlier, by other people and kind of, I don't know how to say that, be twisted and turned in any direction. So I would encourage you all to do that first. So I also would like to say all of my images are a reflection of me, my experiences, my thoughts, my theories, questions, wonders, and experiences. It's kind of, I don't remember exactly how I got started in photography. I believe mainly it did start from those photo albums that I would see as a young child, which is why it's so important for me to document now, because I just love seeing those things. I just love to see those memories and have those memories. So I started off with disposable cameras when we would go on family trips or just when we would have family meetings. I don't have any of those pictures in this presentation because I didn't want to be cursed out by any of my family members, but that's kind of what got me started. I used to make little photo albums from like middle school to high school, and then I made a huge senior memory book. So I was just known as the picture guy. So images are pretty much reflections of our life. Reflecting provides the opportunity to focus, process, consider without rushing on to the next thing. It allows you to be still, observe, listen, and those are things that I don't feel like we practice enough. Photography has helped me in those areas to slow down in some ways, just to kind of observe what's around me, kind of take in what I'm seeing, and to just kind of be present in the moment. So when you're viewing these photographs, I would like for you to make note of what you initially see, because I'm gonna go through them, not really fast, but kind of fast, and then come back. And then when we come back to them, I would like you to take a deeper look into yourself and kind of see, tell me what you see and how you feel about it. But yeah, that's it for right now. So I'm gonna start going through some of the imagery. So here, I do a lot of work with youth, teaching photography, and then sometimes I get with a group of my friends, and some of them are painters, some of them are writers. They do a multitude of things, and we come and we kind of show them what we do. We kind of don't press them to say that they have to do these things when they get older. It's kind of just to introduce them to something to where they can have the opportunity to see that this is possible, if that makes sense. Exposure is very important. A lot of our kids don't see photographers, in the neighborhood becoming or making any money off of those types of things, which is not just about money, it's about them having an outlet as well. But at the end of the day, youth need to see people doing things, being in those arenas, if that makes sense. So the pictures here are, the one in the top left corner is of the Edgehill Brighter Days program, which I attended when I was a child. That's another driving force for me. One day, I hadn't seen Miss Nancy, who runs the Brighter Days program, in a very, very long time. And I was just driving by one day, and I just pulled up and said, "Hey, Miss Nancy, how you doing?" She said, "Hey, baby, how you doing?" Just very friendly, because she hadn't seen me in a while. And I just wanted to tell her how much I appreciated her for encouraging me and filling into me as I was a young kid. And I would later go back and just visit again and kind of hang out with the kids a little bit. I was like, well, since I'm here, I might as well contribute. I mean, Miss Nancy contributed to my life, so why would I not, give that back to them? So I just took their portraits one day and allowed them to take them home to their parents, and they loved them. Like, they were excited just to see themselves. And then after that, that just formed a relationship to where we would continue to come back and just continue to do photo walks throughout the neighborhood, which the one on the top left is the beginning of one of our photo walks. They have their disposable cameras, which we can't really afford anymore now because the prices have shot up. But I'm slowly gathering DSLR cameras so they can take those and we can do it digitally and then print them out and have photo exhibits and things of that nature. The one on the right-hand side is another one of our photo walks. That's one of the young people making a photo of themselves in a mirror. That mirror comes from my great-grandmother's house. I was born and raised in Nashville. I was raised in South Nashville, to be specific. High school, I moved to Antioch to go through that process there. But that mirror came out of my great-grandmother's house on Villa Place in South Nashville. Her name is Thelma Lewis. They call her baby sister. It was, that was one of the things that was kind of left behind in the house as they were having to move. And it just felt, something told me just to grab it. And it just speaks to reflection. I just thought, like, she had to look in that mirror every day. And how do you see yourself? I'm sorry. But yeah, now I carry it on our photo walk so they can experiment with different things, but also make sure that they see themselves when they're out there making photographs of other people as well, and just kind of set it up. The one on the bottom left is of a young man from the Napier neighborhood. Me and a few buddies would meet with young people in the Napier neighborhood at the Pruitt Library branch. This was before COVID. And actually, I think that was actually during COVID, because we couldn't find them for a moment, but we were able to get in contact with their parents, so we would meet up with them. But we would just meet up with them and just share with them. Sometimes we would just bring them food and come sit with them and talk with them just so they can have a place to release and relax. Really, that's what all of this is about, just having a place to just be. But that is what that image is there. And I believe the artist that painted the John Lewis mural there, name is Low Key Art. So I'm gonna go to the next one. And I kind of don't like to lead people when they look at the imagery. I kind of want them to kind of feel what they feel and then tell me what they feel so I don't change the trajectory of their thoughts. So these are community events. The color photos are from an event to where they had a community mural being made on the back of a building, and they encouraged everyone to make their own designs, and at the end of it, they would kind of clean it up to make it one cohesive unit. When these kids got out there, they just got straight to it. Like, I'm telling you, like, it was like they had been painting for their entire lives. It's just something that I feel like we lose as we grow old. Kids are feelers for the most part. They have this get up and go, okay, I'm gonna try this. Oh, it's none of that, oh, I'm not good at it. I don't know. Well, how do you learn? You build. And that is something why I like to be around young people a lot. They kind of fulfill me and like encourage me and teach me things that I have forgotten, or sometimes things that I never knew before, because they are wild. They say some of the wildest things. But that's why I feel like God led me to work with youth as much as I do. This is more community events. So I've chose these three because it kind of shows us all working together to achieve common goals. The first one on the left is a group of artist buddies that I have that we came together and did an art show in a building. My cousin was having a clothing line release, and he was like, well, what better way to express what I'm trying to express with my clothing line than with art? So we all came together and got that together. The top right one is a night out against crime in North Nashville at the Magruder Center. And the one at the bottom, there's a guy named Reggie's Veggies. He's a retired nurse, but he also does farming practices. He teaches people how to farm their own land. And here specifically, this was during COVID, he donated fruit and vegetable plants to the entire community. And he had young people come out, set them up, put the dirt in, put the plant in, and kind of deliver them to each stoop so they can grow their own food in the neighborhood while we were having food scarcity. I mean, I didn't say that word right, but y'all know what I mean. Okay, there you go. But that was very important because that neighborhood does not have a grocery store. They had the Dollar General, now that's gone. So for people to have intentional care, that stuff needs to be documented. No one will know that Reggie's Veggies came out there and did that. No one would know that Miss Nancy Crutcher is a community leader. And she continues to pour into children, and not even just children, elderly people. She has an elderly program. She also has an early learning program to where they teach babies and on up to, that leads them into the after school program and summer program. I'm sorry, I'm all over the place. But no one would know about these things if we don't document them and show them and uplift these people. I feel like we focus too much on celebrity and forget about the people that are around us that are doing things that make an impact. So these slides kind of go to the teaching aspect, just nurturing and sharing stories and sharing our gifts with others so that they can build from those. Yeah, now I'm gonna go to the next one. And like I said, I'm gonna come back, and if anybody has any thoughts, questions, or insight. Once again, more community events, times to come together, enjoy each other, enjoy entertainment. Intimate moments, family moments are important to share with each other. We're in a time to where we're more disconnected than ever. Social media is not social at all. It's kind of like everybody has something to say, but not really. Like everybody's angry about everything. It's quick responses, and we're not really just sitting back and analyzing things before we're speaking. It's whoever speaks first. So I feel like these things are like those moments that we really don't see anymore or pay attention to. It has to be something just blaring or messy, so to speak. It's more moments of connectivity and family moments, gathering. Getting back to like processes of crocheting and hair, just different designs of our culture. I added these in there because, like I said, I was born and raised in Nashville, and Nashville is changing so much. So if you don't document it, it'll be gone tomorrow. Especially South Nashville, to be specific. I feel like they hit South Nashville first. Maybe that's just because it was me, but there's nothing recognizable. You don't find like an old barbershop or an old store or those type of things that kind of bring you back to the way things used to be. And these are like North Nashville images. So North Nashville is probably the last place that you can find some of these things in Nashville. You can still see an old school boat driving down the street in that Cadillac if you go in North Nashville. And this is one of my last slides. I cannot say how much I appreciate every one of these people for the things that they've done for the advancement of people in Nashville. Selfless, like I said, intentional care. It's hard to come by, and these people should be celebrated. And this is my grandmother whose mirror that was. Those are her hands looking at an image of herself. I just found it important to document her because she was in the process of passing at that point. Just to document her and how she was feeling and what she was going through during that time. And just to have her have that in her hands and just to see the story within her hands, but the story within the photo. I just felt like that was very important to document at that time. But that was the end of the slideshow, so I can go back to the beginning. And if anybody wants me to go back to a particular slide that they remember, I can do that, but I can go back to the beginning if anybody has anything to say or any questions or feelings or just anything. Like I said, these are kind of like time capsules and spirituals in a way.
May I offer a challenge? That we story stitch onto his photographs during lunch break? Because that connects our societal norms with the visuals that this brother gave us collectively.
Authentically. Authentically.
Okay? So roll it back.
Okay.
But I challenge us while we're having our lunch break to story stitch to just one person you see during lunch break and say, you know, that spoke to me. We heard how it spoke. His grandmother's photograph spoke to him. But there may be, I'm not Nashvilleian, yeah, I guess you can tell. But there are stories that I'm learning and embracing. And I hope we can stitch together during lunch break because we don't run out of time.
Okay. And one additional thing. So, like I said, can you please just share your thoughts, feelings, and expressions, but also after you think about that, think about how all of these photos relate to the theme of resilience as well. Mm-hmm. But I think she had a question. I don't know, Kim.
I want to say very quickly that this is a very important moment when it comes to being able to have the participate, because I've sat here all morning listening to some very important presentations, and I got a whole bunch of stuff here that I wish I could have gotten in terms of Q&A. So, but my mother willed me the family photographs. So I have large boxes of photo albums. And I want to say how important it is to, if you don't do anything but write on the back.
Yes, yes.
Because I have 75% of them are pictures of people who, now that the generation of those people are gone, we have no idea who these people are.
Yes.
So, in the process of your historical dating, because that's important too, just wanted to say, and I could turn it into a question, but just wanted to say how important it is to start writing the names of the people who are in those pictures.
Yes. Was everyone able to hear that?
Yes.
Okay. And then, this one.
Again, I'm gonna throw the challenge out there. The challenge is thrown. I feel like I'm throwing. The challenge is thrown. That we share the challenge that was just presented to how we are digesting these photographs, whether they're personal or non-personal. They are a part of our cultural community being here in Nashville. So I hope that during lunch break we can share that with one and reflect on some of these excellent live photographs that were presented.
And if you wanna write something down and give it to me, I would greatly appreciate that. Thank you.
Up next, we have a performance from Tennessee State University's Soul Fire Poetry Group. As a departmental organization, Soul Fire meets once a week to hone poetry, writing, and performance skills, organize open mic performances, and to workshops their ideas. It features a poet mentor from Southern Word who helps students craft their skills. Affiliated with TSU's English department, their mantra is, "We want live words of the hip hop world, live flesh and coursing blood, hearts, brains, souls, splintering fire." And they get this from the 1965 poem, Black Heart. Y'all thought I was there, didn't you? Okay? Okay. It was written by the late poet Amiri Baraka. The group is led under the direction of Dr. Michelle Pinkard. So let's take their performance, which is called Voting, Love, and Black History, and after which we will have Love Break. So again, Soul Fire.
Good morning. Okay, so I am Dr. Pinkard, and I'm the faculty advisor for Soul Fire Poetry Group and the chair of the English department. And one thing that we cover in our meetings is that literature and history are play cousins. Right? We have to know our history and invest in our history to write sustainable poetry. So, we're going to start off the theme of our discussion, if you'll indulge me, with a very short poem from Lucille Clifton titled, Why Some People Be Mad at Me Sometimes. Okay. They ask me to remember, but they want me to remember their memories, and I keep on remembering mine. And so that piece sort of starts the theme of the poems that we'll hear from 4 poets today, each one taking on various topics, Black love and self-love, right? A lot of them have responses to voting, and we're at an anniversary for the Voting Rights Act, however we feel about that, and Black history. And looking to these things to help fuel our poetry, and again, have a conversation with our past, our present, the current history that we're making, and how we are experiencing this in real time. So without further ado, we're gonna feed you a little before you actually have lunch, right? For those of us who aren't familiar with like poetry, spoken word culture, we're really reading poems now, but it's a relationship between the poet and the audience. So if you hear something you like, feel free to do the snaps. Let's test that out, right? Because it's a conversation. Art is a conversation, right? So please encourage our students in doing so. They've been thinking about these topics for a long time. And being the bodies that will soon inherit the world, right? We want them thinking about how history will influence their choices moving forward, right? Okay, so without further ado, I'm gonna give our first poet, or ask her to come to the mic, Destiny Rayner.
For the virtual people as well.
Do you need her to be right here? We could make it simple.
No, if we have it up there, then let's see. Mike's wireless. Can you do a?
The anticipation. You got this stuff.
Okay, this is love. So just have to go into both that one and.
Our next one is the young lady in red, so I don't know if you want to see.
I think we'll give her that same mic. I'm not a tech person.
Okay. Well, hello, everybody. My name is Destiny Rayner. This piece is called The Promise of the Land, and it was written about a historic place that was one of the first communities that was built after slavery. So I called it Promise of the Land, and you're finna see why. Only the fortunate know of this land, the land that its dwellers perfectly curated. You see, the work of the dwellers to put life into the land that they will grow to call their own. Own, a word that is no longer used to take ownership over their lives. Own, they are now free to build, free to move about the land and create life. Life is meant to nourish those who come after them so they have the resources to own their own lives. A life that is completely their own, a life that cannot be taken from them. Land is given life by choice. Do you hear the land? Do you feel the gentle embrace of land welcoming you with open arms? A land that is unfinished and yet completed with the sweat of working hands no longer working by force. The land accepts with open arms, allowing those to witness what is left, but begs to remember what once was. Do you hear the laughter of the children, the chatter of the adults, the teachings to adolescents? This land echoes with cheers of progression. Do you see this land for what it was? A land of progress so that dwellers can build a foundation to grow. Where they had nowhere to turn, the land gave them hope, a promise made by the land. You can use me to produce. Do you see the people of the land lock pinkies with the ground that they have prayed over? Do you see this land became a sanctuary? Do you see? Do you see? Do you see the promise of this land? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now that we're learning how this technology works, I'm going to ask our second poet to come on up here, Ms. Mania Smith, to get set up. Right? We're not afraid of the cyber gods in this space. We are not. We rebuke. Do you want to read here? Okay.
Hello, everybody. My name is Mania Smith, and my poem is entitled But I Am. I wrote this piece actually about a week ago, and I was inspired by an image that Dr. Pinker had showed me. It was actually like a painting inspired by a woman with a rose, and I was intrigued by it, and it inspired me to write a piece about self-love. So this is my poem, which is entitled, But I Am. A seed planted within, a life born of sin. I've spent most of my time here dwelling on imperfection. If the Holy Spirit is my light, the Lord acts as my shield. I sprout through the walk of the valley of the shadow of death. I weather storms in the field. Petals broken, forced to start again and rebuild. The past is behind, a future is ahead. The present of presence is such a gift to have. I cease to defend, I have no more words to convey. My heart wears not just on my sleeve, but also my body. Those who surround it may see the dart in the target, viewing openness as prey with reason of harming. I don't find that alarming. The light of the sun rests upon my skin. They see brown, they think worn down. No voice, no value, no sound. But I am the rose that has grown to its peak. Heights that can soar, they may strip me from my roots, prick my thorns, though my heart will never be scorned. Because the light says a rose has grown, the beauty of black aligns with red. The representation of love puts all hatred to dead. Thank you.
I'm going to try and behave up here, y'all. Oh, my goodness. But I am, right? That was the title of her piece. And we talk so much about self-love in a world that tries to define and degrade and erase. So when you think of Audre Lorde saying things like love is revolutionary, I think of poems written by Nia Smith. So thank you. More snaps. All right. Soulfire is a student organization that's open to students and faculty, and we get a lot from those intergenerational exchanges. And one of our core members, Dr. Deborah Boris Kitchen, is about to give us a piece that she's written for this very event. So come on up, Dr. Kitchen, Boris Kitchen. Are you okay with me here?
I think that's it. Hi, I'm Deborah Burris Kitchen, and I've been a member of Soulfire for a long time. I'm actually now an alumni of the LLP department. And I wanted to share this piece. It was supposed to be about voting, but it ended up going a different direction. But it still was inspired by my reasons for wanting to go to the polls all the time and making sure that our voice is heard and that we have, that we protect our democracy. This is called In Defense of Their Sacrifice. Give him a chance. You know who I'm talking about, that guy in the red hat. Hell no, we ain't going back. Back to chains, back to fear, back to silence, back to tears. Watch progress vanish, disappear. Lynchings, Stonewall, Rosewood, Tulsa, genocide, Salem, banned books, history erased. You ask me to forgive, to forget? Nah, I can't do that. The blood of the dead ain't even cold yet. I won't stand by while you rewrite history, erase their struggle, snuff out their light. They marched, they bled, they stood, they fell, burned alive, beaten, hung, terrorized, a living hell. Rights they died for, shattered, betrayed, buried beneath your cruel charade. I won't build your damn wall, won't exile the hands that built it all. This land, their land, sweat in the soil. Now you plunder their past, their blood, their toil. You mock their pain with every lie, caging kids, stilling their civility. Tiny hands grasp still bars, numb, inconsolable. Tears fall unheard, drowned in the dark, forlorn. They didn't give their lives for this. A wasteland of hate, tyranny remains. You tell me to work together, but all I see is greed, dangerous power, poisoned seas, stolen breath, choking earth, suffocating death. Your so-called greatness, nothing but rot, smoke, a plague, a hollow plot. So listen close. In their name, I rise, I roar, a flame that devours, a truth to restore. I will not recoil, I will not comply. I won't bow, I won't break, won't let this one slide. You started this war, so here's my reply. I fight for those oppressed, for those cast aside. Your rule is ruin, your kingdom decay. Tyrants fall, forgotten within days. But their names remain carved in quartz. Every breath we take, every war we rage, Evers, Hampton, Malcolm, King, JFK. When you fall, remember this, my fire still burns, my soul won't quit. Every offensive engraved with flames, unyielding, red, white, and blue collide. A testament stained with blood from the fight. Their courage fuels me, their fight ain't done. A wildfire rises, we are not alone. The revolution has begun. This time, it will be televised.
Deborah is my walking model. You are all welcome to come to Soulfire. Our final poet is Miss Alexis Wolf. Come on up, dear.
Hello, everybody. I'm so happy to be here on this campus. I've never been here before. Actually, I wrote this piece last night, technically finished it at 3 a.m. So congratulations, you're my first. I am a professional slam poet, so I think that this poem has a bright future and competitiveness. I wrote this piece as a response to voting. Dr. Pinker asked me, Wolf, can you do a piece on voting? And I'm like, sure. She asked me 2 weeks ago, and I just wrote this last night, okay? The life of a college student. So this poem is, this poem is called Exercise, and something that I really love to do in poet is to go on relativity. I recently just started working out. I have a personal trainer, so yeah, you guys gotta get in the gym like me, okay? So this piece is called Exercise. When not exercised, the body goes through a process called muscle atrophy, where there is a drastic decrease in the body's function. Flexibility and strength drops down to nothing, metabolism slows, resulting in a stagnant system. The body stores unused energy as fat as a survival mechanism. The body then releases toxins. But due to prolonged inactivity, it becomes harder to fight back and stop this, so the body becomes defensive, attacking its own heart while becoming its own victim. When Black people do not exercise their right to vote, there is a drastic decrease in their people's function. Flexibility and strength drops down to nothing, momentum slows, resulting in a stagnant system. The people then store their unused energy as catch, as a survival mechanism. The people then become toxic. But due to prolonged inactivity, it becomes harder to fight back and stop this, so the people become defensive, attacking their own kind while becoming their own victims. To vote is to gesture sign language to a nation with deaf ears. To be absent from the polls on election day is to be present with oppression and to praise its name. To spit on the graves of our ancestors and call it rain, so when it's time for the election, may we slide to the polls the same way we slide when it's electric, because what better way for Black people to get in shape than to be enamored by the dance we do when we unite, that we totally forget that we are even exercising our rights. Thank you.
You're not getting me fired. When the truth kicks down the door, that part, I am so proud of all 4 of our students, all 4 of our Soul Fire speakers. Can we give them one more round of applause? This is what our department is about, making sure that these students massage their voices, strengthen their voices, become a force in every room that they enter, from the classroom to the courtroom, right, to the various media circles, to wherever representation is needed. This is what happens in the LLP department, and I'm so glad to work with students like these. Thank you for your time, and let's go eat something good, right? Okay.
Good afternoon. I am Samantha Morgan Curtis, and it is my privilege to serve as the Dean of the College of Liberal Arts at Tennessee State University. And I am put in the second toughest place, is that I'm speaking to you after lunch, and I need to combat a little bit the satiation that's coming on and to wake you guys back up, because we have got a full afternoon. I know you have heard quite a few greetings and expressions of gratitude, but please allow me to add my own. I want to thank Tennessee State University's Office of Academic Affairs for supporting us, for Dr. Deborah Chisholm and all of her wonderful faculty and staff here at Avon Williams who have made us feel so at home. A special shout out to, as Professor Wynn said, Trudy Thomas, because if y'all don't know Ms. Trudy, that is how all of us get moved around in this establishment. I want to also acknowledge our long-running partnership with the Metropolitan Nashville Historical Commission and to give thanks to the Planning Committee for realizing this vision, especially co-founder and co-chair Linda Wynn. And my own colleague, yes, I will say this all the time, Dr. Lerotha Williams, Jr. I also want to give a special shout out to someone who is hiding back on the back row because she doesn't want you to see her, because she is the force that helps push through those cogs, to get things in place. We have on the Metropolitan side, we have Carolyn Eller who takes care of us, but really I wouldn't even make it through a day without Mrs. Christy Green. Could y'all please give her a round of applause? And how appropriate that this falls on Valentine's Day. This conference is a labor of love and a service, as my colleague Joel Dark says, a service to the city of Nashville, ensuring that we're adding voices to the narrative. And I want to thank you for attending, because your presence shows your interest in these topics and your willingness to engage in these discussions. In 2025, we are acutely aware of the significance of living in historic times. Today's discussions provide insights into other pivotal moments when individuals experienced a similar sense of gravity. Our objective remains to derive lessons from these experiences. As historian Peter Stearns articulated the purpose of studying history, saying, "Most historians do not see themselves mainly as record keepers, adding details to an established store of timeless truths. They value their discipline's engagement in using data to answer significant questions about how society works and changes. The purpose of the craft is not mastery of material for its own sake, but rather mastery as a basis for developing analytical skills and applying them to relevant questions. This focus on history as an analytic tool, this practice of history as active and dynamic rather than static, is exactly why we are here today, to learn more about key moments and key figures and how they and their story contributed to exactly where we are standing now. This year's theme of Stories of Resilience resonates with Stern's vision of history's purpose. The immediacy and pertinence of today's talk seems almost preternatural in their applicability to where we stand at this moment. The different lights shown by these prismatic revelations may provide all of us with paths forward and onward. Today's speakers are far more entertaining and knowledgeable than I am, so I'll perform my primary purpose and I'll now step aside. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Fletcher Moon, and I'm a retired associate professor and librarian at Tennessee State University. I'm also a current member of the Planning Committee for the Nashville Conference on African American History and Culture, having just served my second year in that role. Our fifth session is presented by Betsy Phillips. She is the author of Dynamite Nashville, Unmasking the FBI, the KKK, and the Bombers Beyond Their Control, released in 2024. She also wrote the 2010 book, A City of Ghosts, which brings to life an alternative, haunted history of Nashville. She currently writes about history and politics for the Nashville Scene and is the sales manager and trade acquisitions editor for Vanderbilt University Press. Let's listen now to her presentation entitled, why don't we know who bombed Z. Alexander Luby's house? Ms. Phillips.
Okay. All right. I am timing this so that I don't go over. Before I get started, I just want to say thank you all for having me. This is a dream of mine, especially thank you to Linda Wynn, who is a hero of mine, and Leah Roth Williams Jr., who is just the best. It is an honor to be here. So, why don't we know who bombed Z. Alexander Luby's house? Racism. All right, thank you. Okay, I wrote this over the holidays before the inauguration, where Elon Musk threw a Nazi salute on live television twice, and before Jocelyn Correa Escalante was murdered by a Nazi in the cafeteria at Antioch High School. So when I came back to my draft a few days ago, it seemed to miss the point. So here's what I want to say instead. In 1956, Vanderbilt professor Donald Davidson, the leader of the Tennessee Federation for Constitutional Government, perfected the means of taking money from rich white Nashville racists and funneling it to groups like the Ku Klux Klan to support their terrorist activities, while the rich white racists stayed behind the scenes. That year, racists rioted over in Clinton, Tennessee, in opposition to the desegregation of Clinton High School. And Davidson sent Jack Kershaw over to bail the rioters out of jail. Jack Kershaw, who you all probably know through the ugly statue that used to be of Nathan Bedford Forrest that used to sit on I-65, was one of the founders of the League of the South, the group of rich white racists that funneled money to the white supremacists who rioted in Charlottesville in 2017. The funding mechanism that Donald Davidson perfected here in Nashville in the 1950s killed Heather Heyer 60 years later. J.B. Stoner was involved in the racist bombings that happened here in Nashville in the late 1950s and early 1960s. His other big project during this time period was starting the National States Rights Party. In the 1970s, Joseph Paul Franklin joined the National States Rights Party. He then went on a multi-state racist killing spree in which he wounded civil rights activist Vernon Jordan. He inspired racist author William Luther Pierce, who dedicated his first novel, Hunter, to Franklin. Pierce's second novel, The Turner Diaries, remains one of the most influential white supremacist texts. Timothy McVeigh had pages from the book with him when he was apprehended after the Oklahoma City bombing. The Turner Diaries also influenced David Lane, the murderer of disc jockey Alan Berg. Lane coined the phrase white genocide and was a huge influence on the Christ Church killer, who was a huge influence on the killer of Jocelyn Correa Escalante. After Z. Alexander Luby's house blew up on April 19, 1960, the prevailing attitude in Nashville became no harm, no foul. So the city did nothing, and for a second time, I'm counting Nathan Bedford Forrest induction into the Ku Klux Klan here as the first, the city made itself the cradle of grave evil that has grown into the nightmare we currently live in. And whether you call them Confederates or white supremacists or Nazis or ethno-nationalists or whatever, the people who have worked to kill the freedom movement have been targeting Nashville all along. For much of the 20th century, the man at the center of the resistance to this evil was Z. Alexander Luby. Before Z. Alexander Luby began practicing law here, Black people essentially didn't have access to the justice system, and other than as tools of oppression, the state's laws did not apply to them. Black Tennesseans certainly did not have the protection of the law. After Luby, as imperfect as these gains may be, they did. And every gain he made him a bigger target to racists. Here is a simple truth. Z. Alexander Luby's home was bombed the morning of April 19, 1960. The explosion was intense enough that it blew a hole in his neighbor's house, broke all the windows in the building across the street, and caused damage as far away as Fisk University. These days, we all assume that Luby was targeted for his work with the student movement and the downtown sit-ins, but he was also working on just about every school desegregation suit in the state, and racists remained angry about the defeats he'd handed them in the Columbia riot cases back in the 1940s. It's not actually clear then specifically why he was targeted, other than that he was a formidable enemy of white racists. This is a picture from the Metro archives that shows the damage to Luby's house and the damage to his neighbor's house. You can see, based on that damage to the neighbor's house, that the bomb was strong enough to have blown off the front of Luby's house, thus collapsing it onto him and his wife, Grafta. But you can also see why that didn't happen. If you look under the brick on Luby's house, you can see the house's original wooden siding. I believe this added layer saved the Luby's lives. This bombing, this assassination attempt, remains unsolved. Someone tried to kill a Nashville city councilman, and no one ever bothered to find out who did it. There have been 2 other racist terrorist bombings in Nashville that were also not solved. The Hattie Cotton Elementary School bombing in 1957 and the bombing of the Jewish Community Center in 1958. And when I say not solved, in those 2 cases, I mean it less so than in the Luby bombing. By the end of 1957, authorities knew that local Klansman Wallace Ryder and a North Alabama man named James Slim Thompson, along with an unnamed man I think was likely J.B. Stoner, were probably responsible for the school bombing. By the middle of 1958, law enforcement, believed J.B. Stoner was behind the Jewish Community Center bombing, possibly with the help of Wallace Ryder and his friends. If authorities had any ideas about who bombed the Luby house, they were much more tight-lipped about it. Still, let's talk a little bit about Ryder and Thompson. This blue dot, down at the bottom there, is approximately Luby's house. And this yellow dot is where Wallace Ryder's garage was. The authorities had an informant who told them that Ryder put together bombs in that garage, which is, even now, with all of the traffic, a 5-minute drive from Luby's house. Now I'm about to tell you guys something that nobody knows and I am not supposed to know. Poor Freddie's gonna be sorry that he hitched his wagon to me. On April 22nd, 1960, a Pearl High School student, James Williams, contacted the Nashville police and reported that he had seen 2 white guys in a car with the license plate 1K4090 driving away from Luby's home right after the bombing. The officer who talked to Williams was, quote, of the opinion that he is mentally deficient. But the officer did look up who the license plate belonged to. A guy who lived at 1819 16th Avenue North. An easy enough walk from Ryder's place if someone needed to surreptitiously borrow a license plate that wouldn't be traced back to them. This is a picture from the first day of school in 1957. The man with the sign is Reverend Fred Stroud. No one seems to know who any of the other people in this picture are. But I think we're looking at one of the bombers, Slim Thompson. According to the state fire marshal who had been investigating the Klan because he suspected them of insurance fraud, Thompson lived down in North Alabama, just outside of Florence, but he had family here in Nashville. The fire marshal described him as height 6 foot, weight about 150 pounds, complexion red, eyes blue, hair brown, is of thin build, and has his left thumb, left index, and middle fingers missing or amputated as the result of a dynamite cap explosion when he was 10 years old. The state fire marshal had an informant who told him that Wallace Ryder had said that Ryder could drive about 120 miles, get Thompson and bring him up here, let him do a job, dynamite or whatever, let him do that job, and in 6 hours he could have him back in Alabama. This guy is missing those fingers on his right, not left hand. But, man, I wonder if we are not looking into the eyes of Slim Thompson here in Nashville the day he bombed Hattie Cotton. In 1958, the FBI got a tip from a man in Alabama claiming that racist leader John Casper was trying to hire him to assassinate a black Nashville city councilman named Frank Luby. The name of the tipster is redacted, but the FBI did note that they decided that the informant was crazy and the tip wasn't worth following up on. Fortunately, we don't know of anybody from Alabama who came to Nashville to do, yes, right. Wish they would have looked into that. Here is the wildest thing I learned while doing this research. Mayor Ben West led the investigation into the Luby bombing. He was at the scene the morning of the bombing. He interviewed witnesses and collected evidence. He, meaning the mayor, ran the investigation. And every time I think about the fact that the mayor would have had to leave North Nashville at about the same time as the silent marchers in order to be at City Hall to meet them, it blows my mind. When the mayor interviewed Fisk's night watchman, the people present in the room with him were the chief of police, the chief of detectives, and Avon Williams, Luby's law partner. And I can't believe that if you thought there was ever any chance of bringing Luby's bombers to court, that you'd have the mayor lead the investigation with the law partner of the victim right beside him. Even stranger, when I was going over the FBI file on the Luby bombing, I realized there's no mention of the mayor's involvement in the investigation in that file. But doesn't that seem like exactly the kind of thing that J. Edgar Hoover would want to know about? So why didn't he? This got me thinking. I knew that relations between the FBI and the Nashville police had been very damaged by the FBI's behavior during the Hattie Cotton bombing. Namely, they withheld witnesses from the Nashville police and failed to tell police that they had credible evidence of a bomb that the racists were going to blow up a school with before it happened. What if that relationship had never been repaired? What if Nashville was hiding the scope of the Luby investigation? Heck, hiding who was even doing the investigating from the FBI. This brings us back to the Hattie Cotton school bombing back on September 10th, 1957. Hattie Cotton had one black student that first day of school, Patricia Watson, and very few people outside of the school even realized she was there because she hadn't registered beforehand. So there were no violent white mobs of the school when she got there, and only a handful of protesters later in the day. Meaning, in essence, when Nashville woke up a few hours after the bombing, as far as everyone knew, a white school had been bombed. Before that day, the only white people who were deliberately targeted and harmed by white racists were white people who either were or were perceived to be sympathetic to black people. The unspoken deal white terrorists made with the rest of white society was, stay out of it and you won't be hurt. But after that bombing, white Nashville suddenly and shockingly knew that racists would harm even innocent white children. Meanwhile, and I'm making a very long story short, the FBI was withholding witnesses and hiding vital information. And even if Nashville didn't know what all the FBI was doing, as the investigation into the Hattie Cotton bombing went on, it became apparent that the FBI and the Nashville police had different goals for how the investigation would resolve. And then the FBI told the Nashville police that they had an informant in with these racist terrorists and who had given them the name of two of the bombers. That informant was Frank Huchin. And here's the problem with Frank. Of all the guys whose names have come up during the police investigation, from the guy who owned the garage to the guy missing his fingers to Frank here, only one of them had ties to crooked cops and to previous bombings. Frank. To put it in more plain terms, it's like if the Nashville police were investigating a break-in at Christie's Cookies, and the FBI was like, our informant Cookie Monster says Wallace Ryder and Slim Thompson did it. It's gonna be real hard to get a conviction on anyone other than Cookie Monster, you know? So put yourself in the position of the Nashville police then, after the Luby bombing. They have 2 other unsolved bombings. They know the FBI has an informant who is very close to the bombers, and they know that there are interstate aspects to both the previous cases, at the very least because of Slim Thompson coming in from Alabama and J.B. Stoner coming in from Georgia. And yet the FBI has been repeatedly declining to become more involved in these investigations. Is the FBI refusing to get involved in order to protect their informant? Okay, but now Nashville has an assassination attempt on a sitting US politician, and the most likely suspects are an FBI informant and his friends. Should Nashville have had any trust in the FBI? It's unclear if these 3 men were still in the Ku Klux Klan during the time of the bombings. They had been, but at least Ryder had become disillusioned because he was pouring all this time and money into racial terrorism, and few other people were helping. But it's not clear that Huchin or Thompson had left the Klan. And the reason it's important is because a Klan member could not undertake bombings or murders without permission of the head of the Klan. So if Klansmen were blowing up buildings around Nashville, the Klan leader had given those actions his blessings. He knew about it ahead of time. Skip ahead 5 years to 1965. J. Edgar Hoover was in the midst of another secret effort to discredit Reverend Martin Luther King, and he was fighting with the head of the Justice Department about it. Hoover sent a memo to Justice and to the President arguing that his judgment about King was not compromised and that the FBI had, in fact, been very successful in dealing with extremist groups, thus lumping King in with those extremist groups. Hoover wrote, in one southern state, for example, the governor, on one occasion, expressed his great concern and fear of an outbreak of racial violence because of the tense situation. But the head of the Klan organization in that state is our informant, and we have had him warn every member of his organization that he will not tolerate violence in any form. As a result, we have been successful to date in holding Klan violence in the entire state to an absolute minimum. In 1967, Hoover said that this state was Tennessee. Quote, in the early stages of Klan growth in the state of Tennessee, we were able to develop as a Bureau informant the Grand Dragon of the United Klans of America, realm of Tennessee. Through this high-level source, we were able to control the expansion of the Klan. More importantly, we were able to discourage violence throughout the state. The Klan in Tennessee has not expanded to the proportions it has in other states, and its lack of success can be attributed to our highly paid informant, or highly placed, probably also highly paid. If this is true, then either the FBI knew about the plot to bomb Luby's house before it happened, since their informant was the Klan's Grand Dragon, who would have had to approve the action, or they didn't, meaning their claims of great success at running the Klan were not true. At the least, the FBI didn't know whether their informant was involved, and they didn't want to know. At the most, they did know, and they let it happen. Either option is deeply troubling. There is a third, more horrific option, but not one that I found any evidence for in old FBI files, probably for good reason, that the FBI directed the Klan to kill Luby. I don't know which of these options is the right one, but the thing that explains the police and the mayor's approach to the investigation is if they suspected some level of FBI involvement in the bombing. And it appears to me that Nashville decided it couldn't risk taking on the FBI in the Luby investigation, so they just conducted an investigation that might sort out what happened, but that would never bring anyone to justice. It's a tragic irony that the man who finally brought some modicum of justice to Black Tennesseans never saw it in regards to his own assassination attempt. But again, thinking of how Luby was targeted by extremists and how 65 years later, Jocelyn Correa Escalante was killed by one, I want to stress to you and to the whole city that this racist violence has a deep history and traditions that we don't know about, but that the people who are targeting our city do. And it is to our detriment that we don't know our own history, be it the heroes of the civil rights movement like Luby or the villains. Because this history is still with us and still affecting us, and we can't stop what we don't know. Okay, that is a bummer. So I have just made the executive decision to tell you the story of the little white house that saved Luby's life. That house was owned by Frederick Work, who many of you may know, especially if you went to Fisk, because for much of Fisk's history, they were required, I think, at all times to have a Frederick Work and a John Work on campus somewhere. So this is not the Frederick Work who went to the Vanderbilt's law school and desegregated it. This would have been the older generation Frederick Work, who, along with that generation's John Work, collected Negro spirituals out in the field. And it has become known that Frederick Work became so inspired by these songs that he was recording and saving, and so just excited about the way that they transmitted knowledge and history and theology, and were memorable, that he set out to write a song that could be one of these folk songs. And he wrote, "Go Tell It on the Mountain," which I'm gonna sing a little part of for you, but if you wanna sing along, please feel free. Go tell it on the mountain, over the hills and everywhere. Go tell it on the mountain that Jesus Christ is born. Okay, but then what happens in Nashville? Fannie Lou Hamer gets a hold of the song, and when she teaches it to the kids in the civil rights movement, she changes it, and now it's go tell it on the mountain, over the hills and everywhere. Go tell it on the mountain, let my people go. It's becoming a folk song. Then Bob Marley, refraining from cussing here, but Bob bleeping Marley gets a hold of the song, and now it is go tell it on the mountain, set my people free. The man in the house that saved Luby got his wish. The song that he wanted to write in honor of these songs that meant so much to him and had inspired him so much, and that he wanted to be a part of that tradition. And he succeeded in part because of Luby's work. It's such a, it just makes me very happy, and I'm happy to be able to share it with you at the end of this rather grim report. But yeah, please go tell it on the mountain. Thank you.
Our sixth session is led by Dr. Dennis Dickerson, who currently serves as the Reverend James Lawson Chair in History Emeritus and Professor of History Emeritus at Vanderbilt University. He earned a BA from Lincoln University, an MA and PhD from Washington University, and a Master of Divinity from Vanderbilt University. He has written 4 books, with 2 more underway: A Brother in the Spirit of Gandhi, William Stewart Nelson and the Religious Origins of the Civil Rights Movement, and James M. Lawson Jr., A Biography of Moral Insurgency. He has received numerous fellowships and grants and serves on the editorial boards of the Journal of African American History and Wesley and Methodist Studies. We now present his session, The Lawson Longevity, the Architecture of the U.S. Nonviolent Movement. Dr. Dickerson.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this important privilege of speaking about James M. Lawson Jr. The Lawson Longevity, the Architecture of the U.S. Nonviolence Movement. James M. Lawson Jr., because of his longevity and the power of his principled and persistent pursuit of nonviolence, has become peerlessly consequential as a practitioner of this moral methodology. Though a colleague, supporter, and admirer of Martin Luther King Jr., Lawson developed as a singular and indispensable nonviolent consultant and activist in several pacifist, civil rights, and labor movements from 1950 to his death in 2024. This span of time has elongated his influence and presence far beyond that of his contemporaries, including King, Bayard Rustin, Ella Baker, and others. Lawson, though recently deceased, far from being a remnant from an earlier activist era, remains a relevant model for those who are engaged in nonviolent initiatives aimed at peace and human rights. In conceptualizing Lawson's life of nonviolent activism, the narrative components required an emphasis on the salient themes that defined and guided his activism. These principles derive from his capacious religious beliefs and commitments. Though foundationally Christian and Wesleyan, Lawson's open-ended religious sensibilities accommodated humane values articulated by major moral thinkers, especially those grounded in Gandhian satyagraha, all of which informed his quest for societal and global reconstruction. This essay argues that Lawson developed his pacifist views into broad applications of nonviolence to insurgent efforts against militarism and an advocacy for Black and labor empowerment. The clearest understanding of James M. Lawson Jr. derived from how he defined and clarified the long civil rights movement. That he eschewed the term civil rights movement should be our point of departure in deciphering the meaning of Lawson's activism. He made 2 points along these lines. First, Lawson said that the several struggles advanced by Southern Blacks in the 1950s and 1960s were known in real time as the Montgomery movement, the Nashville movement, or the Birmingham movement, not the civil rights movement. Second, Lawson declared in his July 30, 2020 eulogy of the sainted John Lewis that the late congressman crusaded in the nonviolence movement in America. It is in this framework that Lawson envisaged himself as a theoretician and tactician of nonviolent resistance. that he was a warrior in this movement for 3/4 of a century in 3 overlapping spheres of activism, explained his activities and his longevity as a consistent, compelling, and uninterrupted warrior in nonviolence. In a conversation in 2020, Reverend Lawson said that he and John Lewis considered the Nashville movement and others like it as a part of the nonviolent movement in America. Neither of them used the term civil rights movement. Instead, their understanding of what they were doing pertained to battling injustice, advocating for voting rights, and striking for liberty as opposed to civil rights. These perspectives comprise the intellectual architecture of the nonviolence movement in the United States. In real time, the term nonviolent movement was being deployed in the Southern Black struggle. Glenn E. Smiley of the Fellowship of Reconciliation, the official who advised Martin Luther King, also was Lawson's associate in Nashville, and he used this terminology to describe the Black freedom struggle. In 1958, Smiley, in narrating Southern Black insurgencies, described 4 as building up a movement of nonviolence in the South. With respect to Montgomery in 1955 and 1956, Smiley noted that under the leadership of men like Martin Luther King and Abernathy and others, the people of Montgomery began to discover that there was power in nonviolence, especially if accompanied by love. Lawson, who embraced this path in the late 1940s, adopted this nomenclature and deployed it to chart the trajectory of his long career of activism. The architecture of nonviolence in the United States, as Lawson developed it, consisted of 3 components. First, he translated Gandhian Satyagraha into specific cultural and political contexts. Second, he trained in workshops students, workers, and the untutored in the principles of Gandhian nonviolence. Third, he applied these principles in the practical spheres of sit-ins, vigils, acts of civil disobedience, and strikes. He has been defined in posture toward his involvement in the Korean War as a conscientious objector. He objected to that term, conscientious objector, and preferred to be described as a Jesus follower. He said, conscientious objection, that's a juridical or civil term. As a Jesus follower, that defined his opposition to all kinds of warfare. As he moved from opposition to the Korean War, he moved on to the Nashville movement after serving as a missionary in India. Though Lawson became generally familiar with the landscape of Southern civil rights activism, he also honed an emergent insurgency in Nashville. 2 graduates of the School of Religion at Howard University, Kelly Miller Smith, pastor of the First Baptist Church, Capitol Hill, and Andrew White, the executive director of the Department of Christian Education in the AME Church, brought King's Southern Christian Leadership Conference to the city in their launch of a local affiliate, the Nashville Christian Leadership Conference. Smith and White, whose Howard deans and professors included Benjamin E. Mays, Howard Thurman, and William Stewart Nelson, all scholars who interacted with Mahatma Gandhi, welcomed Lawson into NCLC to train student activists. Hence, he organized nonviolent workshops for youth coming from the city's 4 Black institutions, Fisk, Tennessee A&I, Meharry Medical College, and American Baptist College. And foundational to his instruction in these nonviolent workshops was a vigorous inculcation of the definition and meaning of nonviolence. I'm quoting Lawson from a speech at a workshop at Fisk University. Nonviolence is the aggressive, forgiving, patient, long-suffering, Christ-like, and Christ-commanded love or goodwill for all humankind, even in the face of tension, fear, hatred, or demonic evil. It is a readiness to absorb suffering with forgiveness and courage rather than to inflict suffering on others. It is the desire to resist evil, not by imitating the evil, but with goodwill, with an effort to convert the evildoer. And with that enunciation of basic nonviolent philosophy translated into the specific cultural and political and religious context of Nashville, he instructed the students, and they developed the Negroes Student Code. Don't strike back or curse if abused. Don't laugh out. Don't hold conversations while doing sit-ins with floor workers. Don't block entrances to the stores and the aisles. Show yourself courteous and friendly at all times. Sit straight and always face the counter. Remember, love and nonviolence. May God bless you. What was important about the Nashville movement was that Lawson continued his emphasis on nonviolence. It's his workshops, his inculcation of his principles, and took them to other settings, on to Memphis, Tennessee, where he, with the organization COME, united with various labor groups and with church groups to invite Martin Luther King to Memphis to help and to aid and to undergird the sanitation workers' strike. They joined in mobilizing 1,300 Black sanitation employees. They committed to the American State Federation, the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees to win union recognition from the city of Memphis. Martin Luther King, at their invitation, arrived to lead marches. Lawson and King, notwithstanding incidents of police repression and violent responses, determined that nonviolent tactics would define this labor-based insurgency. King's assassination in Memphis became the unspeakable tragedy that spurred acceptance of the workers' labor demands. And from Memphis on to Los Angeles, Lawson, like in Memphis, focused on the humanity and economic well-being of low-wage workers. In Memphis, they were sanitation workers. In Los Angeles, they comprised a low-wage labor force of people of color, Black, Mexican, and other immigrant groups. They labored in hotels, hospitals, and other work sites as custodians, maids, cooks, and in a range of maintenance occupation. Lawson became key to their training in infusing nonviolent tactics into their labor organizing and in their insurgencies for union negotiation. Hence, the Lawson longevity is an account of moral insurgency and the moral methodology that drives it. It integrates seemingly disparate activities against war, racism, and labor exploitation into a holistic view of Lawson's consistent espousal of nonviolence. Defeat of these sundry structures of hegemony through nonviolence ends their violence against vulnerable peoples and establishes a lasting regime of peace and justice. These objectives define the core of Lawson's thought and action and constitute the central theme of his activism. Peace and the empowerment of politically and economically disenfranchised African Americans and low-wage workers engaged Lawson's moral and intellectual energies. The movements pertaining to these objectives claimed Lawson's uninterrupted presence and commitment in the last half of the 20th century and the early years of the 21st century. To detractors of nonviolence who charge practitioners as ineffective and naive, Lawson's example was a definitive rebuke. His persistent and results-producing efforts in Nashville, Memphis, and Los Angeles yielded concrete gains for protesters. His long life of nonviolent activism, the Lawson longevity, justifies his stature as an American Gandhi who advanced nonviolence onto higher planes of consequence. Thank you.
Our second performance of the day comes from Elliot Robinson. By day, he shares local history in the Nashville Public Library's world-renowned Civil Rights Room, teaching visitors from all over the globe about Nashville's significant impact on the modern civil rights movement. By night, he can be found on a theater stage, chasing good stories around, witnessing firsthand the power and the ministry of storytelling. Stories move people. He knows from his experiences playing dramatic roles like Troy Maxson in Fences and Ebenezer Scrooge in A Christmas Carol. His musical and storytelling expertise includes the title role in Willy Wonka, the musical, Mufasa in The Lion King, King Triton in The Little Mermaid, and Mr. in The Color Purple. Now, please enjoy his piece entitled The Nashville Student Movement and Leadership of the Selma Campaign. Mr. Robinson.
This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine.
108 people helped us in the Nashville movement from TSU. It's a great institution with an incredible history. They need to go on and give you all y'all's money. I want to talk just a little bit today about me and some of my friends, my comrades in the struggle that I met right here in Nashville, and some of the things we did down in Selma, Alabama, fighting for people's right to vote. It's a story of struggle and commitment and hope, and a story that, quite frankly, I believe I'm pretty well qualified to tell. So you may ask, how did I become an activist? What set me up for this kind of work? Well, one of the formative experiences of my childhood, something I'll never forget, happened in Tampa, Florida when I was a young boy. I was with my grandmother, and we had to ride the trolley. And the rule was black folk had to pay up front, get off, go to the back, and get on, to ride. But this particular time, when we got off to go to the back, the driver pulled off, laughing, as he drove off with our money. And there were other experiences growing up that I had to deal with discrimination, and that led me to want to serve on the NAACP Youth Council when I got old enough to do that. So I was already woke at a young age, okay? That kind of experience set me up for active involvement in the movement. And that all started when I came to Nashville, to American Baptist Theological Seminary. My roommate there was a fellow named John Robert Lewis from Troy, Alabama. Y'all might have heard of him. John was the one who persuaded me to attend my first workshop on nonviolence, run by Reverend Jim Lawson, who was sharing knowledge he gleaned from a mission trip to India, where he studied under disciples of the Mahatma Gandhi. After one meeting, I knew that nonviolently working for peace was going to be one of my life's missions. Now, Lawson's approach combined the gospel with the social change movement based on the New Testament concept of love. Love is patient, not irritable or resentful. Love is kind, not boastful or arrogant. Love is unconditional, extending even unto the undeserving. And love is sacrificial, implying action, such as laying down one's life for another. Lawson taught us it was more important to obey a moral law than to obey an unjust civil law. And we used a lot of role play to simulate the actions that we thought we might become involved in, but also to learn how to gain complete control over our emotions. If our emotions gain control of us, they can certainly move us in the wrong direction, huh? So we had to develop the strength to discipline our emotions in order to help focus our energies in a more positive direction, okay? Now, translating Lawson's teachings into action showed that nonviolence can have an immediate, practical application. It's not just some mysterious intellectual curiosity. So I wrapped myself in the cloth that Lawson weaved of this philosophy. He had my nose wide open, so to speak. And one of the most important aspects of it all was the personal challenge of self-internalizing how moral behavior could be a force for change, both on an interpersonal and a systemic level. Well, you know what we did with this training here in Nashville with the sit-ins, which actually began 65 years ago yesterday, February 13th. We had great success as we defied and eventually broke down the local custom of whites only at the downtown lunch counters. This was a new tactic in the fight, massive civil disobedience. We knew that we were risking and sacrificing our educational opportunity, but we were not in the least bit worried about future implications at that moment. And I remember during the height of the sit-ins, we went up to Shaw University in Raleigh, North Carolina, and that's where the great Ella Baker met with us. She said that she realized the potential that we were showing in the sit-ins, and with her encouragement, we formed SNCC, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. Our first national chairman was Marion Barry, another great leader out of this Nashville student movement. And SNCC turned out to be one of the most effective, active civil rights organizations of its time. And anyway, after we got back that week, the bombing of Attorney Luby's house was that same week. And the silent march to the courthouse that day to what is now Diane Nash Plaza, amen. And that scene with her and the mayor there. And by mid-May, some places were starting to serve us at their counters. You ought to go over to the downtown library, to the Civil Rights Room, see my good friend Elliot Robinson. He can break it down for you. He'll tell you some stories and give you the nuts and bolts and the who, what, when, the how, and the why. So go check him out. Now, Martin Luther King praised our successes in Nashville, calling those sit-ins the best organized, most disciplined mass action demonstrations in the Southland. We made great change in Nashville, and it only took about 90 days for some of those counters to open up to everybody. But that emboldened us to fight on, and we climbed to new heights, playing a significant part in further successful campaigns. Now, each movement was influenced by previous successes, so we building on top of the Brown decision, Montgomery bus boycott, the sit-ins, and formation of SNCC, the freedom rides. And I was involved in 3 of those, so I feel like I was eminently prepared, okay? Now, the freedom rides were so amazing because of the deep courage and the unwavering commitment of each and every rider. Of course, you know, the original plan was to go from Washington, D.C. to New Orleans, and we picked it up from here after that bus got bombed over in Anniston, Alabama. That's when Diane Nash said, we cannot let violence win. We got to keep the rides going. And you know how that grew. The Freedom Rides were the first time people came from so far and wide, from all across the country, to be involved in this Southern direct action campaign. So it's on the heels of all this success and the great confidence it gave all of us that I go to James Foreman. He's now Executive Secretary of SNCC. I go to get a directorship assignment. It's the summer of 1962. He told me there were none available, even though he had previously promised me one. He said the only one left was Selma, Alabama, and that they had just taken it off the list because the white folks down there were too mean and the black folks were too afraid. They had a pervasive negative attitude toward change. I remember doing the Freedom Rides. We didn't even go through Selma. We sent a decoy bus through there after we had just got beaten down in Montgomery, because we heard that more hoodlums were waiting on us in Selma. But anyway, Foreman tells me if I want, I can go and check out Selma for myself, see what I think. Now, I knew that Alabama was infamous for voter suppression, but the central location of Selma and the large numbers of black people made it the perfect place for me. Selma was the perfect place for major demonstrations. So I told Foreman, I'll take Selma, sight unseen. I wanted to go, despite the warnings and the admonishments that progress could never be made, okay? So on my way there, I spent a week at the Great Tuskegee Institute, studying up on the area. I learned about the complacency of the black folk and how complicit they were in supporting the system. I realized how powerless they felt down there. Now, just like the Nashville movement had one target, this campaign was going to focus on one target too. That was Dallas County. You had 15,000 black people living there. 156 of them were registered to vote. That's 156, that's right, about 1%. Why is that? Think about those long, intimidating forms that you had to fill out, these questionnaires asking you stuff like, well, how many bubbles in a bar of soap? How many jelly beans are in this jar? Right? Ridiculous stuff they did, just because they could. Or they might give you one of those literacy tests, and they could always fail you, even if you knew you passed. They even failed Amelia Boynton, who was a brilliant leader down there in Selma. And if you failed the test, there ain't no way for you to be able to register unless, of course, you got somebody white to vouch for you. And then if you do that, you probably ought to vote the way they say. But I was ready, though. I knew that this was a journey to overcome fear and to do right despite whatever the consequences were. I had no idea what the coming days would hold, but I had faith that our actions could help make a better future. So I assumed directorship of SNCC's voter registration campaign in Selma in February 1963. I was 22 years old. I had a strong sense of curiosity, but also a strong sense of determination. There was never a doubt in my mind that change would eventually come. I gave no thought as to whether or not I would live or die. I knew it was going to be dangerous, but I also knew that nothing was really expected of me. We had to help people view as possible what they were told was impossible. Changing the attitude of fear and hopelessness had to happen before we could have any kind of action. Now, we know one individual might not bring about great change alone, but a group can yield a stronger impact. Boy, do we have a group. Talking about a squad, right? Y'all seen the musical, Hamilton? The song in there, I'm not throwing away my shot. Got a line in there. So let's hatch a plot blacker than the kettle calling the pot. What are the odds the gods would put us all in one spot? Again. Well, they don't say again in the Hamilton show, but in terms of Selma, it was again, right? Because here's my people back with me again. We're down here in Selma, ready to plant the seeds of another immovable tree. That reminds me of a song. We shall not we shall not be moved. We shall not be moved, just like a tree that's planted by the water. We shall not be moved. We shall not be moved. We shall not be moved, just like a tree that's planted by the water. We shall not be moved. Oh, those songs, power of those songs. So who was down there with me? C.T. Vivian came down there to Selma to support. He had been my homiletics teacher at American Baptist. This is a man who not only encouraged our actions in Nashville, but he joined us out there on the front lines of the marches, even in jail. I remember one time me and CT were in jail together, and the jailer came to let us out, but we were having a good time together. We were exchanging puns and enjoying each other's wit. So we told him to wait till we was finished. The jailer couldn't believe that one. CT was a very persuasive speaker and the consummate preacher. He drove his points home with such riveting force that people were knocked off their feet. CT's rhythm was like music, and his preaching was like an echo from heaven. He always went in depth, and you could always draw something from what he had to say. He didn't have no problem speaking to power either. I remember in April 19th, 1960, when he told Mayor Ben West right to his face that he wasn't handling his business. CT rode the buses with us too, and here he was yet again, back on the front line, ready to take a stand for what's right. CT helped rally the local ministers down there in Selma, lead many of them on several marches to that local courthouse, challenging the city's efforts to discourage registration. And plenty of run-ins with good old Sheriff Jim Clark and his deputies. Diane Nash was an articulate spokesperson for our Nashville movement and a superb coordinator for the Nashville contingency of the Freedom Rides. One of the greatest ladies I have ever known. You talk about a leader. Y'all know we used to call her Madam President, right? And that wasn't no joke. That was not a joke. Growing up in Chicago, she knew what segregation looked like, she said. And she said she understood, intellectually speaking, but it wasn't until she got to Nashville and experienced it in such an overt way that it really hit her. Then she understood emotionally, too. After her incident at the Tennessee State Fair, seeing the signs and everything, she was effectively politicized from that moment on. She didn't agree with the premise that she was inferior, and she had a very difficult time complying with that. So when she heard that a black minister was holding workshops designed to challenge local segregation laws, she was an eager recruit. She said she jumped at the chance because it was the only game in town. And she really held it down here in Nashville. And she later joined us in Mississippi and, of course, in Selma. Diane was very analytical and persuasive, always able to convey a sense of urgency. And whenever there was a campaign for civil rights, Diane Nash was right there in the middle of it, planning and organizing. She was tremendously qualified, and she had the perseverance and the ability to adapt and overcome hardships and the fortitude to meet the challenges that face us each and every day. Talk about strong. I mean, we're talking about a woman who once refused to be bonded out of jail when she was 8 months pregnant because she didn't want to abandon her comrades in there. Had to convince her to come out. And then we all know one of the enduring images of the movement, young John Lewis, trench coat, backpack down, with his essential items inside, walking alongside Hosea Williams, leading those marches up the Edmund Pettus Bridge. You can imagine what they saw, the sight they saw when they got to the top. The sea of blue, down below all the troopers and the horses and everything. Brought them to a dead stop. But what they do? They kept on going. Hosea and John stepped forward and they kept on going down to the bottom of that bridge, walking to within 50 feet of the troopers. The troopers told them, "You got 2 minutes to disperse." But after 1 minute and 5 seconds, they attacked. If you've never heard the sound of the crack of a billy club on somebody's head, there's not one you can easily imagine. John said he knew he had a fractured skull and he thought he was going to die that day. I always want to imagine the cowardly faces of the troopers behind the gas mask. Tough position to be put in, to be made to have to do that to somebody. Young people, old people, especially women. How many of these troopers up the street like being made to carry these grandmothers out of the people's house because they can't handle anybody not agreeing with the foolishness they're doing, particularly with y'all schools. I done heard about it. I heard about y'all. But anyway, John said the spirit of good trouble was what allowed him to cross these bridges, how you say it, blockaded by legalized lynchmen and deputized demons. John made his last trip across that bridge in a horse-drawn casket after they spread rose petals along the ground to signify the blood that was spilled there. But this time the trooper stood by when he passed, ushered him along towards Montgomery. And some folks want to call people like me America haters. Never considered myself a rebel against the nation. I'd never been anti-American. I feel like what I was doing was of service to my country in a positive and peaceful way. I was proud of my country, but I wanted to be its best, to live up to its own creed and purpose. So I'm engaging y'all with these songs today. Wondering if anybody would join in. I heard y'all somewhere all in the second one. I heard that. And I'm gonna leave you with a song, but everybody's gonna help me this time, okay? Oh, y'all didn't know y'all was gonna be attending a mass meeting today, did you? Well, here we are. So the way it works is somebody raises a song. That means they start the verse, and then everybody else joins in, most times in harmony, so sing y'all's part. And the song symbolized transformation, the power of a song, helping make that revolution of courage inside us. So we took those defeats and we sang our way back to strength. Freedom songs made us bigger than defeat or fear. The music wove us together to a tightly woven cloth. So the song leader, that's gonna be me, offers the possibility of this communal experience of the Spirit. That's what this is. It's up to you whether you pick it up or not. Yeah, it's a big personal risk, almost like stepping off into space, but you don't have to be nervous about it. Don't be nervous about it. Don't nobody in here care whether you sound good or not. Now, the present day, faces and the names have changed, but the game is still the same. And we can never allow evil to destroy the forces of righteousness. And we ain't gonna let nobody turn us around. Ain't gonna let nobody turn me around, turn me around, turn me around. Ain't gonna let nobody turn me around. I'm gonna keep on walking, keep on talking, marching up to freedom land. I hear y'all, come on. Ain't gonna let nobody turn me around, turn me around, turn me around. Ain't gonna let nobody turn me around. I'm gonna keep on walking, keep on talking, marching up to freedom land. Thank y'all very much.
Our final session today is presented by Conference Co-Chair Dr. Leo Rother Williams, Jr., a scholar of African American, Civil War and Reconstruction, and Public History at Tennessee State University. He coordinates the North Nashville Heritage Project and is the founding member of Past Perfect LLC, a Nashville-based consulting firm that specializes in research and storytelling for African American themed historic sites, public and private projects, and cultural institutions. His most recent publication is I'll Take You There, Exploring Nashville's Social Justice Sites. And he is currently co-authoring a book with Serena K. Gilbert, tentatively titled A Daughter's Gaze, A History of Promised Land, Tennessee. Dr. Williams is a native of Tallahassee, Florida, where he earned his doctorate in history from Florida State University in 2003. Here now is his presentation, A Great Cloud of Witnesses, Listening to Nashville's Marginalized Voices. Dr. Williams.
Good afternoon. I've been sitting on the front row for the last hour praying fervently that my iPad battery didn't go dead. But it still has a few miles on me, so I'll take my allotted time, but if I pull up a little bit earlier, y'all know what happened. Okay, I want to talk to you for a few minutes a day about a general theme that runs through the book Dr. Ami Thurber and I published a couple of years ago at Vanderbilt University Press entitled, I'll Take You There, Exploring Nashville Social Justice Sites. It was a book that was designed to give newcomers a guide to the city that we all call home, and also provide those few people who were native to the city, and I look around, there might be 5 of y'all in here, right? 6. An opportunity to look at the city and its people with new eyes, eyes that focus on the people and places they may have deemed insignificant or marginalized, or worse yet, erased from our personal and collective memories. In its truest sense, this book was a book about witnesses. Thousands of witnesses who gathered together to tell their stories and to reveal their truths. For the next few minutes, I invite you to walk with me a bit, to listen a bit, and to receive the testimony of a sample of witnesses from the Music City that resonated with me as I prepared this presentation. You'll see a quote on the screen from Lucille Clifton that might be familiar to you because my dear friend and colleague, Dr. Pinkton, gave it to you earlier in her presentation. So I'm gonna stay with Lucille Clifton and I'll give you something else. So receive this if this is for you, but I have something else. Come celebrate with me that every day something has tried to kill me and has failed. In regards to witnesses, we were all witnesses on Christmas Day in 2020 when Anthony Quinn Warner detonated a recreational vehicle bomb in downtown Nashville on the corner of, it was on 2nd Avenue North between Church and Commerce Street, killing himself, injuring 8 people, and damaging dozens of buildings in the surrounding area. In its report, the FBI concluded that Warner of Antioch, Tennessee, acted alone and built and ultimately detonated this vehicle-borne improvised explosive device. His actions were determined to not be related to terrorism. This must have been a curious statement for a city that has had a history of pre-dawn bombings. For many of us who know this history or are old enough to have lived through that time, terrorism was the appropriate word to describe that moment in our history. Others may remember witnessing that spring when tornadoes visited Middle Tennessee, with one storm settling down in North Nashville, devastating its communities and the built environment. And there may be some of you that remember when it started raining that Saturday, May 1st, 2010, and it didn't stop until Nashville became the 21st century version of Atlantis. I remember talking to my father that day about how hard it was raining. He's like, boy, how bad is it? I was like, the animals are walking outside my windows in pairs, right? But we are all witnesses to that moment. For many in the city, for the underhoused in the city, their experience was much different than the people that were living in Belle Meade. And what Bordeaux experienced, what they witnessed during those days, was very different from Germantown. Nevertheless, I submit to you that in order to give a full account of these moments in our past, we need to listen to and give account to those who may have experienced things in a different way, people whose experiences don't quite line up with ours. So for the next few minutes, I'm going to encourage you to bear witness to these moments. The cloud of witnesses that I referenced in my title, you are that cloud. We bear witness to the life of Tara Denise Cole. On a warm August night in 2006, Tara Cole, a young woman who was experiencing homelessness, was sleeping on a wharf near Riverfront Park. In a horrifying act of violence, two men emerged from the shadows and pushed her into the Cumberland River and drove away. Despite desperate attempts by the witnesses, they were unable to save her. Her body was recovered 10 days later, only after persistent advocacy groups compelled the city to move a barge that was obstructing the search. This was the second known targeted killing of an underhoused person in Nashville in over a 2-year span. Some believe that the murder was connected to a growing internet game called bum fights. There's a stone bench near the site of her murder with a plaque that reads, "In memory of Tara Denise Cole and all homeless who have perished on our streets." It is a nice memorial, but I submit to you that it is very much reflective of our attitude toward the underhoused. As we look at this bench, I ask you, how many of you know the location of this bench? Just very quickly, can you raise your hands? Okay, most do not. All of y'all have seen it. If you ever get stopped by that red light at the intersection of Broadway and First, okay, if you're going this way, you got the Hard Rock Cafe on this side and Acme on the other side. If you get stopped by the light, you're looking right at it. It's staring you in your face. The bench is right in front of you. We bear witness to the horrors of slavery and its importance in the history of Nashville. I never know how these slides are going to turn out on presentations. They always turn out kind of messy in class, so I hope y'all can read this. Historian Bobby Levitt, one of the founders of this conference, showed us in his seminal work on the history of African Americans in Nashville that Nashville was the second largest slave port in the volunteer state. Indeed, the buying and selling of enslaved blacks was the city's first big business. Public Square Park is a place that figures prominently in this narrative, as enslaved people were auctioned off at the courthouse and the market house in this space. And this typically occurred Saturday afternoons around 2 o'clock. Questions that emerge are, what must it have been like for enslaved people who went through this process here? Is there any way we can hear their voices from almost 2 centuries ago? Also, we can scrutinize archival sources. There are sources out there that we must view with some scrutiny, but they are useful to us. One of these are the WPA slave narratives, and these provide some insight into these experiences. But there was one that I found for a woman named Millie Simpkins. Millie Simpkins lived on 10th Avenue North, so if you know, her house would have been right about where Jackson Street intersects 10th Avenue North. She talks about the moment of her sale. She says that The slave yard was on Cedar Street. And she says that Mr. Chandler would bid the slaves off, but before they started bidding, you had to take off all your clothes and roll down the hill so that they could see that you didn't have any broken bones on you. She says, I wouldn't take mine off. And she said, if nobody bid on you, you were taken to the market and sold. I was sold there. So this is one voice that gives some insight into the dehumanization that occurred in this space, in these spaces. But as we visit these spaces, is that most of the time we go to Public Square Park, we have a pretty good time, no? I have been there for, Pride usually has a pretty good program going on there, series of programs there. I saw, I'm sure I'm my age here, I saw En Vogue in concert at the park. And I also saw the Yin Yang Twins there too. That was, but nonetheless, this space where we go and have a good time is also defined very much by a very, very dark past. I drag my students off to these spaces with me as well, where we try to, after we go through the archival sources, we'll go to these spaces and try to discern these events that transpired here. We actually are doing what I would like to think is a very sophisticated form of listening. That is, we examine the sources and then we go and we see how these spaces speak to us. But we oftentimes need help in our interpretation of the past. One useful tool that we've used of late is Karen Johnson's office, and Karen Johnson is our recorder of deeds. I think that's her title. They have come up with a database of all of the enslaved people that were sold in Nashville. So if you know the name of the enslaver, you can go to the book and find out who they purchased and on what date that occurred. One of the names, although it's misspelled, and that's all right because I still don't know how to pronounce his name properly. If you see where the arrow is pointing, you see Timothy de Munbrian purchasing a child. But in trying to interpret these spaces, we oftentimes go to the slave advertisements, which are pregnant with information. This one that you see on the screen here says, notice, I will offer for sale on Saturday, the 7th of March next at the Market House in Nashville on credit of 10 months. A likely boy about 7 years of age. A note payable to the Union Bank with good security will be required. This is an amazing statement because it causes us to think about what that child was going through at the moment he was being auctioned off. And what we do in my classes is we try to put ourselves in this situation. So one of the questions that I'll ask my students, I'll say, okay, well, what grade were y'all in when you were 7 years old? So that would be first grade or maybe second grade, excuse me. I'll ask them to remember the conversations that their mothers and fathers had with them when they were 6 and 7 years old. And you know, our parents are oftentimes giving us advice on how to proceed through certain situations. Well, what do you tell a child that's about to be sold? And also, I had to reach out to social workers on campus that I knew to ask them what sort of emotions might this child feel? What sort of behaviors might we see not only from the point of sale, but later on in his life? These are some very difficult questions to grapple with. But if we are going to properly listen to these voices and excavate these voices from obscurity, it's sometimes necessary to depart from a discipline, so we might need to talk to social workers, or even to tell the story properly, we might need to hang out with a few poets. One of the most striking, and I think, and this is important because it deals with Nashville, was this instance where we found a young woman who ran away. And the ad reads, it says, ran away or stolen from the subscriber out of the head of Manskers Creek. On 26th of June last, a bright mulatto girl named Sarah, about 15 years old, about common size, now pregnant with child. Any person who will deliver said girl to the subscriber or secure in any jail to that, I'm sorry, my eyes are getting bad on me. Get herself, receive $25 for the thief, $50, and that's Thomas Britton. These self-emancipating blacks perhaps provide the most vivid indictment of the system of slavery as they demonstrate their discontent with their status, desperation, and determination to be free. For young Sarah, who is 15 years old when she absconds, her life must have been unbearable as she runs away and has to avoid not only the slave catchers and their hounds, but Nashville Slave Patrol, which kept a sharp eye out for blacks who seemed suspicious or out of place from sunset to sunrise each day during the antebellum period. But we also bear witness to a new birth of freedom in the city. When federal troops arrived here in February of 1862, we can envision them taking this square and African Americans looking around and seeing this, and they're both enslaved and free. We see them seeing this and understanding that things are gonna be different. We don't know what it's gonna be like, but it's not gonna be like it was in the past. So these women look at this space, these men and women look at this space which has once been represented by slavery's business side, with auctions occurring at the courthouse, loans with reasonable rates being offered to purchase black men and women at the Planters Bank, and insurance policies being offered by Aetna Insurance Company to cover the loss of enslaved people. We see the space now being transformed into a site of liberation. But we also understand that freedom didn't look the same for everybody in Nashville at the time. One place that has been symbolic of this transition of black folks from enslaved to freed people is Fort Negley. We bear witness to the African Americans who came to Fort Negley to find a site where they first tasted freedom, only to have that first taste seasoned with the bitter herbs of cholera, dysentery, and death by exposure. Each year in my Black Nashville in History and Memory class, we gather at Fort Negley, and this is where we have our final exam. These spaces are open to the public, so if y'all see us going up there in large numbers, you're free to join us. But we'll go there and we'll talk about freedom and the voices that we've heard and how they have helped to define freedom. We also look very closely at some of the monuments of freedom that were built by our hands. Knowing that, and this is really important, knowing that the black folks who came here during the war did not come here empty-handed. They came here with their culture. They came here with the songs that their ancestors lifted up out of these cotton fields and tobacco fields here in Tennessee. They brought this culture with them, and I submit to you that this culture created the Nashville that we live in today. Now, what are some of these monuments? I made the slide, but I almost didn't make the slide, because it's like, okay, I'm gonna put these churches up here, and somebody in the audience church ain't gonna be up there, and they're gonna be mad at me. I see one glaring omission, so brothers and sisters from St. John, y'all pray for me. But I draw your attention to this because I want y'all to look at the years on this. You got Clark Memorial in 1865, First Colored Baptist, which is the mother church of the church I attend, First Baptist Capitol Hill. So shout out to my First Baptist members out there. But we see all of these spaces, these churches being erected at this time. And we understand that we don't really have, there aren't any memorials out there that celebrate our passage from enslaved to freed people. But I submit to you, Nashville, y'all go to one of these churches on Sunday and you will be inside one of these memorials. And as we move through freedom, we find that the early days of freedom, we find that there was oftentimes a pushback to us enjoying our full measure of freedom. Reconstruction only lasts a very short time here in Tennessee. By 1870, we have an election where former leader of the KKK becomes governor of the state. And from that point, it's been an effort to desperately cling to what has occurred. Now, we're mindful that our adversaries did use every legal means to prevent our ancestors from enjoying a full measure of freedom, but they also used some extra legal means as well. The Ku Klux Klan was formed in Pulaski on Christmas Eve in 1865. And although in a very visible ceremony, you have Nathan Bedford Forrest going to Fort Negley and them setting the robes on fire. They burnt the robes, but the idea of violence didn't go up in smoke that day. I was part of a group that sought to identify all of the lynchings that occurred here in Nashville. And with this group, we were identifying lynchings, but we were bearing witness to the struggle of Black Tennesseans to maintain their freedom in the face of legal and oftentimes violent opposition. We placed this marker 2 years ago to commemorate the lynching of a 15-year-old boy named Samuel Smith. According to the story, he was lynched because he had killed a white man whose establishment he had broken into. But in the process of working on this, in the process of doing the research for this, well, for one thing, we found that they interviewed the guy he supposedly killed after his lynching. When we were able to get the marker up, then on Juneteenth, somebody snatched it down. I don't know if you can see it, but if you look at that photograph on the right, the tree is the actual lynching tree and the pole is where the marker was. Fortunately, we were able to replace it. And this effort to amplify a voice that is a voice of truth, it caused me to think that we should think very seriously about multiple ways of preserving and presenting our past. I don't know how to do that as of yet, but that's a homework assignment for all of you in the audience. We need to be cognizant of where we look for voices about the past. For those of y'all that are from Nashville and have spent some time in North Nashville, this barbershop was J.T. Smith's barbershop. But it was a whole lot more than a barbershop, y'all. This was an archive of Black Nashville history. It was a space where ideas were exchanged. This space was one of the most democratic spaces in this city. You could go in there and you could see Justice A.A. Birch sitting up waiting to get a shave. And sitting next to him, you could have the guy that's selling bootleg DVDs, right? But everybody's voices were equal in these spaces. And I bear witness to you that many of these spaces that we have that are sitting right up under our noses oftentimes need some reinterpretation or need a more clearer definition of why they were important. This is a photograph I took at the Centennial Park pool. And I'd heard that story, but I didn't know that space was a pool. When I went to Centennial Park, I was like, this is an odd looking space, but I'll eat my Thai food here, but it's different. But then I later learned that this was the place where Kwame Lillard and Matthew Walker tried to integrate. I think that every child that's going to school in Nashville needs to know that story. Our witnesses still walk amongst us, but they are getting up in age. As I look at this picture, it dawned on me that all of these brothers whom I loved are no longer with us. To see Kwame King Lillard, King Hollins, and Matthew Walker III, and I think that's Dr. Patton on the back end. Okay. They've told us everything that they can tell us. We're fortunate with our Take You There that we was able to have Kwame talk a little bit about some of the stuff that he went through. And in this photograph of the witness walls, we have, when I took this photograph, I remember saying, well, I actually have a photograph of Alan Caseland. But he passed during COVID. Kwame's no longer with us. I think Mr. Vincent passed last year. So most of them are gone as well. And in closing, my message to you, those that are here and those that will be viewing this later, is that we are all witnesses. We are this great cloud of witnesses. And it is up to us to tell our stories, to write our stories if possible, in order to just make sure the history gets told, because it's getting fashionable these days to marginalize our history or erase our history. I heard an interview yesterday where there was questioning this woman as to whether or not they should even teach Black history in school anymore. Maybe that needs us to redefine what a classroom looks like. Okay. Those are my final words for this presentation, so thank you so very much for your attention. But I got some more to say. I know the hour is late, and I may be the person that's standing in between you and a good time with your loved ones this evening, so I'll be as concise as I can. But I want to take a moment to give a round of applause to all of our presenters today. They were outstanding. First, just a couple of quick comments on Dr. Robinson's Preston Taylor presentation, which I thought was outstanding. Before I knew who Preston Taylor was, it was a name that I associated with the Preston Taylor homes. And, you know, you heard all types of stories about that site, that space. But then as I began to learn about the history of this man, you know, the radar didn't automatically go to something bad. With Dr. Robinson's Preston Taylor, we see a Taylor who was a businessman that was born during a tumultuous time in our history. He talks about him being born of mixed ancestry. But one of the key things that I took from his talk is that Preston Taylor was pro-labor. We see that with, you know, oftentimes when we look at businessmen, particularly come up through this period, those folks that are coming up through the 1890s, early 20th century, they ain't pro-labor. So Preston Taylor is pushing against the grain in that. He talks about some of the things that I knew, but I appreciate the detail he gave on it, about the death of the 3 firefighters that led him to being an undertaker. I'm glad that he highlighted the 1-cent bank, although I wish the latter part of that statement he said about us having $1 million in there was true, but that's neither here nor there, right? But the Preston Taylor he dealt with was a very human Preston Taylor. This is the guy that could establish Greenwood Park and Greenwood Cemetery, but at the same time have women problems, or maybe he was a problem, I'm not sure. But nonetheless, it's a very humanized version of Preston Taylor, one that I think we should appreciate, realizing that our heroes are oftentimes flawed individuals, the same as we are. Okay. With Alice Randall's presentation, my first comment was, thank God I ain't following Alice today. Alice is one of the most interesting people, I think, in Nashville. She's one of those folks that you talk to and you always leave saying, hey, I got a little bit smarter after that conversation. But with her, the things that struck me was her conversation about how African Americans had been erased, excluded, marginalized from the country music industry, or at least from the history of the space, of the industry. I really was deeply appreciative for her insight into Avon Williams. We know a lot about Avon Williams, who was deemed to be the apostle of civil rights in the city, but we don't know a whole lot about him, right? TSU has his papers, and we thank Sharon for organizing most of them. I think we need to give her a round of applause, because now some of y'all that are clapping need to get in the archives and write a good manuscript, a good book about Avon Williams, because he is an integral part of our story as Nashvillians. A lot of the stuff that has the folks up on the hill riled up is because of the time he spent in the courthouses. So we appreciate Alice giving us some very personal and deeply moving insight into Avon Williams and country music. Ms. Gordon talked about the Black visitor perspective. And you know, when she spoke, she was speaking directly to me, because for years and years and years, I was one of those people, it's like, what the heck I want to go on a plantation for? My people were probably the ones that was trying to escape from these plantations. But I realized this as I became a historian, that Black folks made up the majority of the people on these plantations, right? So certainly we should be able to tell the story from their perspective. But what was wonderful about her, she lays out a blueprint for how to do this. My North Nashville class, we visit various plantations around the city, and most of our stuff was, we just critiquing them, like, okay, how come you're not talking about more Black folks in the house, or the blacksmith and so forth? But what she's doing is tremendous, tremendous work in laying out a process on how to make these spaces that are appealing to us, spaces that beckon to us to come and visit them if we want to truly understand our history. Now, Deshaun's presentation. I ain't gonna lie to y'all, Deshaun is gonna be our Gordon Parks, right? And I'm not saying that because he took a picture of me that I think is kind of fly. But no, his photographs are as powerful as any lecture that I can give on that subject. So I encourage y'all to check out his works. I know that he had an exhibit at the airport, and I don't know if it's still there, but once you came out of, once you arrived in Nashville and walked through the gates, there was, he had an outstanding exhibit there. And I understand it has something going on at the Frisk too. Y'all shake his hand, take a picture of him while he's still accessible, because somebody's gonna scoop him up and I fear take him away from us. And Soulfire. This is an amazing group, and I applaud Michelle Dr. Pinkard for the work that she has done with them. These are some of the most articulate students that we have at TSU. Some of them have been in my classes and they won't say a mumbling word, but I'll go to a Soulfire event and they are wordsmiths. But this is another group that I think we should celebrate, because no matter what the topic is, you'll find something that they have to say that is moving. And as I get a few more gray hairs in my head, on my beard rather, I'm starting to pay close attention to what young folks have to say and how they view the world and how they talk about the world. Then my friend Betsy Phillips' talk. Betsy is the people's champion of historians here in Nashville. She makes the connection between the terror that occurred in the past and how it informs the terror that we see here in the present. Betsy goes into a deep dive of the Luby bombing. And also in the book, she touches on the Jewish Center as well as the Hattie Cotton bombing. What Betsy has done is a work that needed to be done, but I think she's probably the only one that could have accomplished this. And why am I saying that? Because it took a long time. When I first met Betsy, and we were sitting up in La Crema, I think it was, and we were talking about this was a couple of years ago. But she was able to dig through the records. She was able to go through all those FBI files that she waited so patiently for, and a lot of that stuff that I read that she gave to me, I was like, okay, this ain't really helping her move the story along, but nonetheless, she has put something together that will be, I submit to you, a foundational work in our story of Nashville during that period. And more importantly, Betsy is fearless. She names names. So it's not any ambiguous bad guys like that. We know who these people, we know who these devils were. And Professor Dickerson's conversation on his presentation on Lawson's longevity. I had a whole lot of notes that I took on this, but I think one of the most compelling things that he discussed was why Lawson remains relevant to this day and how he defined what he was doing. I'm going to start using nonviolent movement when I discuss this period now as opposed to civil rights movement, because I know this is how Lawson defined his work. Some of the things that resonated with me was that he called himself a Jesus follower. But the underlying themes in his work, and this should, I think, govern all of our ideas and our study of the civil rights movement, and that is this. There were three words that jumped out at me. There was love, protest, and labor. And I was paying attention to how all of these intersected. In that protest was a part of the civil rights movement, but also the idea of labor, care for the working person, was very much a part as well. Now for Elliot. Where you at, Elliot? You still here? Okay. Elliot is Nashville's Renaissance man. I didn't know the brother could sing until the day, and I'm sitting up here like, there ain't nothing this man cannot do. But in all honesty, Elliot is one of the most gifted storytellers in this city. Yeah, give him some love. If there's three top storytellers in the city, is Elliot, and somebody else. But we appreciate the way he was able to move into character. And I can remember, I was at an event with Bernard Lafayette last year, and it was on his birthday too, which was really cool. But as you spoke, I was like, damn, he has Dr. Lafayette down to a T. So I applaud you, Elliot, and I look forward to whatever it is you're doing next. So we love you and we support you, brother. Okay, so this blank page must be me. I have no more to say than to say this great cloud of witnesses that I referenced, you are those witnesses. And I encourage you to share your stories with others. Let us write them down so that you don't take them to Greenwood Cemetery with you when we lay you to rest. I'm grateful for the young folks that have attended today. So for those of y'all that are still trying to make a decision about what you should study and where you should study, y'all need to be majoring in history at Tennessee State University. But in all honesty, I'm blessed to be surrounded by some amazing faculty who could be anywhere, but they've decided to hang out with me for a little bit. So with that, I will close. thank my co-chair and the committee for the hard work that you have done. I've been here since 2009, and this has been one of the best conferences that we've had. And for those of y'all that are going to hang out a little bit, Vanderbilt University Press and others got some books on sale, so grab one and let's all get a little smarter together. Okay, all right. Thank you so very much, and I declare this conference adjourned.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information on this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.